So we're going to get started as soon as we're all settled in our places. And I want to just put something in the room. And it requires all of our presence. If one of you isn't present, it's not going to work. So yesterday, we wove an incredible tapestry. We looked at power and know that we have to respect it and that through practice, through awareness, through connection, through even meeting in our differences and finding the similarities. And we can use our interdependency, our diplomacy to really be our compass. And so this morning, I'm not sure if all of you heard, but one of my dear friends and colleagues, Mark Goffney, talks about we live in a world of outrageous pain. We live in a world of outrageous pain. And I concur. It's outrageously painful to be a human being today with what's going on in the world. And yet, what we're doing with one another here, the only response to that outrageous pain is outrageous love. And so, earlier this morning in Jerusalem, there were 4 rabbis killed by violence. Some Palestinian gunmen had come in with axes and killed them in the middle of them leading their service. And so my request right now to all of us as we hold space through the love that we've created is that instead of getting contracted and picking who did this and who did what, we're going to step into the middle. First, we're going to hold a few minutes of complete silence, and in your heart, I want you to send love and compassion. And yesterday I asked you to come here with an intention. Right? We're here to be in service. Right? Service. And I'm going to ask you to send love to those rabbis' families, to the victims, to the people who were in the synagogue, as well as the people who attacked them. The people who committed that violence. They are in tremendous pain. And with our power of love and being able to step in from the inside, to be able to hold them both, right? Bill talked about we have to meet and find our similarities and our differences before picking sides. So let's hold this in silence, send our love and prayer, and think about why you're here and how that energy can create more outrageous love in the world. send love out to that part of the world, I'd like to invite a new dear friend, Jeanette Acosta, to come to the stage and just help midwife this part of the beginning as we send love to something painful that has happened, to do a prayer for us. And the request for her, she works with the ancestors. She travels all over the world to go to sacred burial sites and create ceremonies and helps with the transitioning of that space. In order for us to do that, we're going to literally step more into the ceremonial So we're going to continue to weave the beauty in this incredible container that we're weaving all together with this awareness. And I'm really excited to invite these two incredible people that I've heard about and met briefly, but am really excited to dive deeper into their lives. We've got Ashar Ikundayo. I met her over at the Oakland Hub. How many of you have been over there? I love me some Oakland. I'm really excited about her being here, and the topic they're going to speak about today is particularly around Palestine and Israel. So we're going to continue to weave the incredible container that we have with these incredible, she's a peacemaker. She's working at the intersections of sustainability, placemaking, tech, and spirituality. I think those are incredible combinations, don't you? And she was selected by the Ashoka Foundation as the social innovator stimulating the green economy. She also has worked with indie media outlets such as Free Speech TV, Grit TV, and Just Media. She's also going to be sharing the stage with a gentleman I had the privilege of meeting this morning and talking about what had happened, and the incredible compassion and request that he put in the room was also to send prayers to the people who committed the violence. What a heart. What wisdom. His name's Tim Kelly. He's the creator and author of True Purpose. It'll be wonderful to hear what he has to share about Palestine and Israel through that lens of true purpose. He's a global change agent working with top leaders to define and implement the new paradigm of business. Whew. Hallelujah. Right? He's trained over 1,000 consultants and coaches, and he's worked with hundreds of CEOs, executive teams from companies like Nabisco, Oracle, Lexmark, etc. So I'd love to give a beautiful round of applause and welcome to these two beautiful beings. Tim and Ashara, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I am really honored to be in this space with you all in this really beautiful building where so much healing happens every day. Really honored to be invited to hold space with you all in this container. And really saddened by the news that I received when I walked in the door about the action that had been taken in Jerusalem this morning. So I just got back from Palestine 6 days ago. I'm still there. My brother just got back 3 days ago. We're still there. And holding space for so much energy and for so many beings, not just the human beings, not the human bodies only, but all of the bodies that are affected by each action that is taken. So I wanted to begin my short time with you this morning with a prayer and a poem by an ancestor. Her name is June Jordan. Some of you might have known her. Moving towards home. Where is Abu Fadi, she asked. She wailed. Who will bring me my loved one? I do not wish to speak about the bulldozer and the red dirt, not quite covering all of the arms and legs. Nor do I wish to speak about the night-long screams that reached the observation post where soldiers lounged about. Nor do I wish to speak about the woman who shoved her baby into the stranger's hands before she was led away. Nor do I wish to speak about the father whose sons were shot through the head while they slit his own throat before the eyes of his wife. Nor do I wish to speak about the army that lit continuous flares into the darkness so that others could see the backs of their victims lined against the wall. Nor do I wish to speak about the piled up bodies and the stench that will not float. Nor do I wish to speak about the nurse, again and again raped before they murdered her on the hospital floor. Nor do I wish to speak about the rattling bullets that did not halt on the keening trajectory. Nor do I wish to speak about the pounding of the doors and the breaking of windows and the hauling of families into the world of the dead. I do not wish to speak about the bulldozer and the red dirt, not quite covering all of the arms and legs, because I do not wish to speak about unspeakable events. They must follow from those who dare to purify a people, those who dare to exterminate a people, those who dare to describe human beings as beasts with 2 legs, those who dare to mob up, to tighten the noose, to step up the military pressure, to ring around civilian streets with tanks, those who dare to close the universities, to abolish the press, to kill the elected representatives of the people who refuse to be purified. Those are the ones from whom we must redeem the words of our beginning, because I need to speak about home. I need to speak about living room, where the land is not bullied and beaten into tombstones. I need to speak about living room, where the talk will take place in my language. I need to speak about living room where my children will grow without horror, and I need to speak about living room where the men of the family between the ages of 6 and 65 are not marched into roundup that leads to the grave. I need to talk about living room, where I can sit without grief, without wailing aloud for my loved ones, where I must not ask, where is Abu Fadi? Because he will be there beside me. I need to talk about living room because I need to talk about home. I was born a Black woman, and now I am become a Palestinian against the relentless laughter of evil. There is less and less living room. And where are my loved ones? It is time for us to make our way home. So that's the poem that I found, Moving Towards Home, a poem by Black feminist poet, warrior, scholar June Jordan, published in the New York Times on September 20th, 1982, a year before I met her. It is a place where I'm starting to find some words to begin to form and formulate a seed of change. A seed after returning from my trip from Palestine, I have been able to speak about it. In fact, I have not spoken about it until right now. So I'm asking for the poetry to help me speak with any real substance, because all I can do right now is gather and repost my friends' pictures, their blog posts, their thoughts, their images, other people who were on the peace building delegation that I was a part of. I am finding myself collecting water in my kitchen and bathroom now, capturing it in honor of the women all over the world who fetch water, chop wood, feed babies, fetch water, fetch wood, day in and day out. I see the black water tanks on top of the homes of Palestinian families living in the desert. They get filled once each week in order to wash and to drink. I witnessed it with my eyes as a mother and a daughter, as a U.S. taxpayer. I am aware that my rage stems first from a feeling of deep understanding of love, because I know that anger is a secondary emotion, a reaction to the loss of humanity, and my feelings are not apolitical. Right now in Ferguson, Missouri, where Governor Nixon has declared a state of emergency, they are preparing for war, not peace. Complete with the National Guard and Homeland Security tactical teams in place, my heart goes out to my 2 sons. Two of the pictures here were of my two sons, one my 23-year-old son and my other 28-year-old son with two of his three daughters that you may see in the loop. My heart goes out to the Black bodies, meaningful Black lives, and to sons and families who live inside war zones and police states and occupied lands like Palestine, like Oakland, like my hometown of Detroit, with a lack of basic needs such as access to clean water and the basic human right of feeling safe in the community where you reside. I am too needing to talk about living room, to talk about coming home to my relative seat of power and privilege, where I can scream. Peace building, in my opinion, requires witnessing yourself, seeing your part in the situation, whether that is through action or indifference. What is my impact? Where is my voice? What is our shared struggle for humanity, and how does my work position in aiding change that offers healing? I am wrapping my face now. I'm covering my head now. I'm lifting my hands now. I am chanting, and I shall not be moved nor silent. Pray for me as I wage beauty. Hopefully that'll go off.
Thank you so much, Ashara. I'm not sure how to follow that. Ashara, thank you for the lovely work you're doing, and I just want to honor your capability to evoke impactful emotion. I really feel myself very, very moved by everything that you said. Thank you for that. So, I do not have the same capacity to evoke emotion that Ashara does, nor will I attempt to do so. My gifts lie instead in creating clarity and understanding. And I have been spending the majority of my time in the Middle East working on the Israeli side. And I've been there 3 times this year. I just got back 2 days ago. And I've been working with the Israeli business leaders, government leaders, and military leaders to enroll them in a project to find the higher purpose of Israel, to create a path out of the stalemate that exists there now. And in the process of doing that, I've been in the privileged position to be able to communicate certain messages to them, which I will now communicate to you as well, because I think it's very important for us as change agents to be careful about which internal stance we adopt in conflicts like this. One of the things I said to them is that the Palestinians and the Jews are currently engaged in a contest, and the contest is taking place in the media and on the world stage. And the goal of the contest is to enroll the world in believing that one side is the victim and the other is the perpetrator. And the goal of both sides is to position themselves as the victim and the other as the perpetrator. Any of you familiar with the drama triangle and the work of victim, perpetrator, and savior? When presented with this, we as change agents, get inducted into the stance of wanting to save the victim. This is a trap. The only way out of this situation is to create a win-win solution in which the needs of both sides are being met. And it's my personal belief, and I hold this very strongly, that what's going on in the Middle East is training for us as a species in shifting from win-lose thinking to win-win thinking. Because hierarchies engaged in win-lose thinking will never be able to solve problems this complex. There is no piece of paper that we can sign that will change the situation there. And each side in its accusations of how the other has hurt it are completely accurate. Sometimes exaggerated, but for the most part, accurate. And at some level, it doesn't actually matter that much. right? If we agree that they've all hurt each other in all these ways, how does that help us? If we agree that each side is a victim and doesn't deserve what's happened to it, how does that help us and how does it help them? The answer is that it does not. And I'm very touched that speaking to Israeli leaders about these things, pointing out how they're using power and pointing out how they're disavowing that power by claiming that they're just a victim, protecting themselves, and how the other side is doing exactly the same thing. And showing them how the media, the politicians, and the terrorists all have a common interest, which is to make the threat to Israel look larger than it is and keep the Israeli people in fear, each for their own reasons. And this is a people that's already in post-traumatic stress from the Holocaust. And so now, every time there's an attack, every time a bomb goes off, every time a bus backfires, they believe that they're going to die. It's actually one of the safest places on the planet, Israel is. Even in the midst of the last war, it was one of the safest places on the planet. But to watch the headlines, you would think that there was blood running in the streets. And this serves the politicians because it helps them to get reelected. And it serves the terrorists because they are few and they do not have much power. And it makes them look more dangerous than they are. More people died in auto accidents during the last war than died as a result of the war. And it serves the media because they want to keep everyone glued to the television sets, and showing threats on TV is known to work. Right? And all of this keeps us in fear and keeps us at the lowest levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where we are a hazard to ourselves and others. And this is why I'm working to find the higher purpose of Israel, to shift the entire conversation from the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy to the top, where it belongs, which is a conversation about the future, not about who's to blame. A conversation about what we're going to create, not about how we're going to protect ourselves. And the strategy of compromise that they're engaging in, I'll give up this if you give up that, is not a win-win strategy. It will never meet all of their needs. And as a result, the politicians on both sides have a vested interest in keeping things the way they currently are. This is something that's difficult for people to understand. But as long as they can keep people afraid, as long as they can keep people from moving towards a solution, the current leaders on both sides continue to remain in power. Now, this is not because they're bad people, they're politicians. This is what they're trained to do, is to try to figure out how to remain in power. That's actually their first job. Their second job is to govern their nation and tend to their people's needs in the system that we've all created together. Now, I say all of this because I want to enroll you in a point of view I'm trying to enroll them in, which is that blame is cheap. Blame feels good. When I blame someone, I get to put the responsibility somewhere else, and I get to feel righteous. Now, as fun as this is, it does not move us towards change. In fact, it does the opposite. It creates polarization, and it creates stable situations like the one in the Middle East. You might say it's an unstable situation. It's not unstable. It's been the way it is for a very long time. And it will continue to remain in some way, shape, or form in this form until we do something very different than what we've been doing. And debating over where to draw lines and debating on who gets to control what is not different. That's very, very old. So as change agents, we need to resist the temptation to being enrolled in this drama of blame and see that everyone has a legitimate point of view. And when people are behaving badly, they behave badly because they're afraid. They behave badly because they believe they don't have power. And they behave badly because they believe that behaving well is not going to get their needs met. And so if we want to create a true win-win solution, then we have to help each side try to figure out how to solve the problems of the other side. So the Jews, ironically, have very little compassion for the Palestinians being pushed off their homeland, even though for 2,000 years they were toasting next year in Jerusalem. So it seems like helping them figure out how to get land of their own would be closer to their hearts than it appears to be, because they're in fear. And the Palestinians, if they were really trying to solve the Jews' problems and get their own needs met, a really good way of doing that would be to make them feel as safe as possible. Because that's the thing that keeps Israel from being able to allow things to move forward. They feel unsafe. This is what I spoke with Senator Mitchell about this after he came back from Ireland and talked to him about how he had resolved the situation there. And this is what they did. They brought all the stakeholders to the table, including having IRA bombers explain why they did what they did. Because you have to create a win-win solution between all the stakeholders. And this is why the project that I'm part of, Amaveo Mundi, is part of Empowerment Works. We are one of the projects of Empowerment Works. They're our fiscal sponsor. We searched a very long time to find a fiscal sponsor who truly had a global win-win perspective, because most do not. It's easy to find ones who are trying to solve only local problems or trying to solve global problems in a polarized way. And so we're very, very happy to be here with you. And this project, by the way, this Finding the Higher Purpose of Israel and Transforming Middle East, is a part of a much larger project that we're all engaged in, consciously or unconsciously, which is the rebalancing of the forces of the masculine and feminine. Right? They used to be more balanced a very long time ago, and we made a decision as a culture that we don't remember making to switch to a masculine dominant hierarchical mode about 5,500 years ago. And we have a lot to show for it. A lot of technology. I know where my next meal is coming from. I don't have to worry about getting eaten by an animal when I walk out the door. There's a lot working, and it's time to rebalance it. Thank you very much.
So, I realized this morning this song was playing in my head, and it's a prayer for the peace that we all desire, peace through diversity, as has been spoken. Pushing and pulling on the boundaries between you and me. Drawing lines to define my identity. So we keep on pushing and pulling on the borders between countries. Dropping bombs before talking peacefully. But they only know what they know, and we only know what we know. What we know is based on our experience. And you might say that their way is not in accord with our way. I would say that it's okay to have some difference, 'cause it takes all the colors to make a rainbow. Yes, it takes all the colors to make a rainbow. Yes, it takes all the colors to make a rainbow. It takes sometimes a whole lifetime to know what everybody knows. We just want to love and be loved. We just want to love and be loved. We just want to love and be love. We just wanna love and be loved. We just wanna love and be loved. We just wanna love, 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 love. Yeah, we just wanna be free, safe, and happy. We want the same for our friends and family. We just wanna be loved and be loved, and we want the same for everybody. But still we keep pushing and pulling on the boundaries between you and me.
So I've been given the honor and privilege to introduce you to our next guest speaker. Warren Brush, who is my dear friend and first my brother. We're both born on the same day, and they say age before beauty, but this round it's beauty before age because he's younger. And he's an incredible human being. He travels the world as a teacher. And he is the co-founder of Quail Springs Permaculture Farm. Is that correct? Co-founder? And also co-founder or founder of Casitas Creamery. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he created Casitas Creamery too. He dreamed that one up recently. Like Quail Springs wasn't enough. But it's the first organic dairy farm on the California's south central California coast. Yeah. He has a foundation that has a 200-year plan, and he's bringing back that kind of memory for people to really plan 200 years in advance, because that's how we should really think, you know. He travels the world, opening up people's hearts and sets them on their path to be really good tenders of their inner landscape and the landscape that they choose to be at. I'm really grateful, you know, to be on the journey with him. And I'm really grateful that he gives my indigenous Chumash relatives access to their homelands and always invites me back home to co-teach with him. But to give us access to our ancestral place of being, we don't always get that access. And in the kindness of his being, you know, he gives that to us. And I'm really grateful for that. And so I present to you my brother, who will give you such a treat for exactly 23 minutes, they told him. I wish it were longer, you know, but enjoy him and introduce yourselves to him and support him in every way you know how, because he's so beautiful. Oh.
Lovely, thank you. Up here in my Canadian tuxedo. Well, it's good to be here with everybody, and it's such an honor. Your life energy is so valuable, and so I don't want to waste a moment of our time together. And I'm just to get a feel for the room here. How many people here are the black sheep of their family? Ooh, interesting. How many of you, keep your hands up, how many of you that didn't raise your hand are from families that are black sheep? So there's a few of us that are working the edges, aren't we? I think of this idea of the black sheep, and that comes from herds of sheep, mostly the non-dominant gene that comes out expresses itself as a sheep that's dark in color. And so it's very rare in a lot of the sheep herds. And so they would say, oh, the black sheep's the odd one out. But what I've found is that oftentimes the black sheep are the ones that are the edge dwellers of their family. They're the ones that go to the edge to try to translate new energy into a system. And when you look at systems theory, that is how new energy gets translated into a new system, is by coming through the edge. It can't come from the center. And so I applaud all of us that are doing work, whether we're in Palestine or Israel or in Liberia, wherever we are in the world, to go to the edge, to bring peace, to bring a new energy into the work of the world, to help things be nurtured into life. And that's a lot about what I want to talk about today, is how do we nurture life? And so let's talk here. One common thread I find in peacemaking, and a lot of the work that I've done around the world, and a lot of the work that I see so many others who have broad concentric rings of peace, there's a common thread. And that thread oftentimes looks like gratitude. And so we see that different peoples who have had a huge effect on landscapes, both socially as well as ecologically, always work through a lens of gratitude. And the things that they're not grateful for, they metabolize into something that they could grow again to become something that they can be grateful for, something that's life-giving. And so I want to share a story from one of my teachers, a man named Jake Swamp. Have any of you heard of Jake Swamp, who very, very recently, in the last 5 years ago, he passed away. And I'm a storyteller, so this whole 20 minutes we have together is going to be stories, basically. And so Jake shared with me a story the last time that I saw him alive. And we were sitting in a kitchen in Goleta, just north of Santa Barbara, and it was just a little bit before he had passed. And he shared this story of a time when on the reservation for the Haudenosaunee people, because he's from the people of the Longhouse in upstate New York, and he shared how on their reservation that they have this beautiful river that moves through this place that they call Mother. Like, she is Mother. All the sustenance that they gain from that place, that's who they suckle from. And he told me of this time where people were getting these very weird sicknesses and illnesses, and where they were starting to see babies born with deformities. They were starting to see how, like, elders were getting premature deaths. There were a lot of in utero problems. There was a lot of people having a hard time getting pregnant. And they realized something environmental was going on. So they called in the New York State Health Department. And they came and tested soils, they tested the water, leaf tissues, blood. They did this whole array of checking into the landscape of this reservation. And what they found was that there was a toxicity of certain banned chemicals that came from a particular industry that was coming through the waters. So imagine now all their gardens, all their spigots of, where they get their water, all their laundry, everything was being washed in these chemicals. And it started to permeate through the people. So they started to search upriver for where could this be coming from? Where could these chemicals be coming from? And as they made their way up the river, they got to this factory that was a few years old. And they tested the water outside the factory, and they found that it was highly concentrated with those exact chemicals. And then they went just above the factory, and there was no presence of those exact same chemicals. So they knew they had found the culprit. So they set up a meeting with the administrators of that particular industry, that building, that factory. And they sat down with them, and they had their lawyers, and they had the health department, and they shared their story of all the horror that they were experiencing, and all the illness and all the sickness that was happening because they were putting this chemical in their mother. And they listened, and the lawyers were looking through their books and basically said, at that point in time, it was still legal to put it out there. And they said, because it's still legal, we're going to keep doing it. And Jake was like, well, legality doesn't mean that it's actually ethical. Like, where's the ethic in that? And they said, doesn't matter. It's what's legal. And he went on to tell me that there's a direct relationship between the more culture you have, the less laws you need. And the more laws you have, the less culture you have. And that really stuck with me. So he came back and was talking to the tribe, and they decided to fight this. They said, you know what, let's raise awareness about what's happening, and maybe people will band with us. And so he started writing letters, going on interviews, doing all of these outreach type marketing things about their story, public service announcements. And after about a year and a half, they had made such a stink on the eastern coast there, that the parent company who owned the factory agreed to let Jake give a 45-minute presentation. And that 45-minute presentation was at their board of directors meeting at the parent company in their high-rise building in New York City. So all of the people in the tribe elected Jake because he's an incredible orator, and he was just such an amazing speaker and could bring you to your knees in tears of gratitude with his words. He just had that way. And so he practiced, he got all the charts together, and that was before these fancy digital things. And he did flip charts with all the different data that they had come up with and all the things backing up what was happening with them. And they ended up practicing it so that it was 45 minutes perfectly. And the day came, and he went to New York City. He gets to this high-rise building, and he gets to the door. He goes in, and he goes to the security guard and says, "Hi, I'm Jake Swamp. I'm here for this meeting." They said, "Oh, we're waiting for you, Mr. Swamp." And they brought him to a special elevator. And this was the elevator to the penthouse. Very ornate, very opulent. And he walks in, and he said he looked around, and it was like gold leaf, and it was, hardwoods from the tropics. And he thought, wow, this opulence is built on the back of other people's illness and sickness. Like, I wonder if the people who ride that even know the horror some people have had to face, the suffering that people have had to face, to be able to have a ride up an elevator in something that probably costs more than all their houses on the reservation combined just for that elevator. So he said something was happening. He said he got in that elevator and he could feel everything churning. And he gets up to the penthouse, he walks into the boardroom, and same thing. Everybody's in their $4,000 Italian suits and board table, gold leaf, and he said right then his heart cracked open. It's like that Leonard Cohen song, You guys like Leonard Cohen? Ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. And he said at that moment something cracked in his heart, and he knew that he wasn't going to give the 45-minute presentation that he planned. He knew he had to draw into his indigenous knowledge and a gift of a great peacemaker from a long time before had given their people 1,000 years before at a time of great strife a gift of what was called the Thanksgiving address. It was so simple. So they set him up, he had his flip charts, and he just never opened them. And he started with this gratitude, this Thanksgiving address, where basically he gives thanks to all the layers of the world with his finest words. And I'm going to just give a few because I also want this time together to be wrapped in gratitude. So he started like many of us do when we give our gratitudes to the soils of the earth. And he said, these soils hold all of our ancestors. Like right now in this building, think about that. Right now, we're sitting here on the backs of the ancestors of the people that have lived here for thousands of years. Like literally, not figuratively. We are on top of them here. And he was giving gratitude because imagine we're going to go there and become a part of the soils. We're going to merge with those soils. And we're so grateful because out of the soil comes great new things from seeds. Great new things from all the carbon that's sequestered in those soils. Think of that energy of sequestered carbon in the soils. When it's held in the soils in a healthy way, it actually is the life-giving force that allows new life to come out. It is the life force of Mother herself. The eternal feminine in the earth is that holding of that potential of new life to come out. And we'll be a part of it. We're going to merge with her, which I just love. I just love. So he gives gratitude for the soils. And then he gives gratitude for the waters of the world. And he talks about how everywhere you go in the world, we are connected through our waters. I've heard this common theme throughout this whole 2.5 days of just, the water. I mean, we come from the sea. We come from the amniotic waters of our mother, and the beauty of being an ocean being coming out into being an earthen being. Like our whole story of evolution happens in a birth. And I'm so grateful because most of us are water. Most trees are water. We are water in a water world. And I was thinking of sharing this slide here up in the right-hand corner. When I was in Liberia, the women, even though it was post-war Liberia, where brutality reigned for 15 years, the stories I heard there, I couldn't even imagine living through. At the end of the war, what they needed, they said, was to get back to the ceremonies to feed the water so the world waters know that there's ceremonies for them. And they went right back into it, and they invited me to come on this ceremony to feed this water of this one stream that flowed all the way to the ocean. And what they told me, they said that by us doing this ceremony, we're helping the whole world heal, not just Liberian women. Said, this is not about me. It's not about ceremonies for us. It's about ceremonies to keep the world alive. And I thought, wow, that's so selfless. They're coming out of this war realizing they've got to get back to work to keep the world alive. Whew. I love that. I love that. The waters of life. I think of, even in our old traditions, a lot of us who have European ancestry. Like if you look back in the histories of like Herodotus and you hear the stories of the Scythians, it's like you were put to death if you didn't take your shoes off walking through the waters because it was holy. And here it is, we have an opportunity to relearn the ceremonies of water in our own way, in our own, the waters we're drinking here from Hetch Hetchy Reservoir in the sacred mountains of the Sierras. Just knowing that when you take a drink honors it. Knowing that which sustains us. I think of the trees of the earth, and we give gratitude for the trees, and that's what Jake was doing. He was giving gratitude to all the layers. And when I think of my gratitude for the trees, I think of projects like you see here, which is, any of you know Amma, the Hugging Saint of India? She is one of my heroes, but I do a lot of work for her, and this was my first project of designing this orphanage. When I came in, it was on a dump site in Kenya, outside of Nairobi. And you can see there wasn't very much soil, was there? It was very hard, rocky fill land that had gone in over the top of it, and the landfill, and basically an orphanage was built on it. And she came in because there was a lot of lawns and roses had been planted, and she said, well, how are we going to feed the kids with lawns and roses? Let's put food in, and that's when they got a hold of me to come and do some design for it. And so 2 years later, that's the exact same spot with a food forest. It can be done, even on a dump site, if you have the will. We have the knowledge to harmonize with Mother, to grow things beautifully and bountifully. I love what Jeanette said about grace today, and talk about growing food to feed ourselves and our community around you. There's so much grace in that, and so thank you, Jeanette. And then we give gratitude, as Jake did that day in that boardroom, to the cosmos, to the stars. And I love a lot of traditions. They talk about, indigenous traditions, talk about the stars that you see are the roots of the next layer of the next world. So when you pull your carrots and your potatoes out of your garden, you're actually pulling a star out of the world of the next layer below us. And I love that. I love that we are star beings and that we, come from navigation of this world by remembering to look up, to actually see the stories in the stars, to know how to navigate through this world. There's a lot of metaphor for us here in our time right now. What is it that we navigate by? We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. And then he talked about Jake as he's in the boardroom, and he was telling me, when he was telling the story, he said, you know, I'm doing this from my heart, and he's giving gratitude for all these layers. And he said there were still people in the room shaking their head going, stupid Indian is wasting our time at an audible level. Can you imagine that? But he kept going because his heart said to give his finest words. And so he gave gratitude for all the ancestors that have ever been before us. Like each one of you in this room, you are the sum of everybody in the line that you come from. Think about that responsibility. Think about the grace that's been given to you to be alive as the living link between that which was never been to that which will, that came before us. You are that living link. And so I really want to just give gratitude for our ability to be that link between the two. And at the end of that, that great oration that he gave, they said, you've got to leave, Mr. Swamp. And so he was sad. He said he cried the whole way home, and he said he thought he had failed his people. And when he got home, they said, well, Jake, Uncle Jake, what was the story? And he told them the story. And they said, Uncle Jake, you followed your heart. That's what's important. You followed your heart. And so he thought, wow, okay, I did what I did. The next morning, he got a phone call. And that phone call was one of the board of directors who said in a very shaky voice, I haven't slept the whole night. I can't even fathom what I'm doing right now. With the beauty of your words, I've never heard such beauty about the land in which I live when I've only seen it as a resource to be exploited. He said, I just can't imagine how I could go on doing what I'm doing. So what we need to do is you work from the outside, I'll work from the inside, and we're going to change the policies of this company. And that's exactly what they did. They changed the policies of that company, not for just that one factory, but worldwide for that entire corporation. Yeah. Thank you. And by one man following his heart, one woman following her heart, we have so much power. But it's not linear. It's not linear. It's a time of the heart. It's the time of divination. It's the time of us evolving into using all of our senses to be able to meet the needs of gaining our sustenance. Because truly, if you look, the eternal feminine is the earth. It is her. It's not the goddess is separate from her. If you look at the story, and I just want to share this, if we go back to Mesopotamia, you start to realize that many of us prescribe to an origin story for Mesopotamia that has nothing to do with where we come from. We've just prescribed to an origin story. We say our umbilical comes from this place, yet almost all of us don't. And yet that's the story of the Jewish, the Muslim, the Christian. And it's the story that we're taught. And if you see what happened, that indigenous people who are intact with their landscapes, they see the land. They see that it's her. She is the goddess. But as we started to get into the Bronze Age, what we started to see was the goddess separated from the land into Ishtar, into Satanaya, into all these goddesses who moved away with the invent or the domestication of metals, which was also our ability to change the landscape dramatically, which was really thousands of years ago, 5,000 to 7,000 years ago, I believe was the beginning of what has caused this climate weirding. And I call it climate weirding because climate change is normal for the Earth, but we're really weirding it out now. And so I like to use the right vernacular with that. So then imagine now, copper and tin make bronze, right? Very little heat is used. And so with copper, very little destruction has to happen. Very little destruction has to happen to create bronze. And so there was still this maintenance of the female from the Mesopotamian story. But when you got the introduction of steel, what started to have happen was the high heats needed to create steel deforested because of cedars. Cedars were the only thing that had enough heat to be able to smelt steel. And so all the forest within Mesopotamia, the cedars of Lebanon, that entire area was deforested. And that mentality has continued on for the domestication of steel and metals to be able to live very urban lifestyles that were actually separate from that which sustains us. So I want to bring this concept up to you of what is intact culture. Intact culture to me comes from a group of people who knows where all that sustains them comes from, and they honor those things deeply. Intact culture comes from a group of people who knows where all that sustains them comes from, and they honor those things deeply. Culture lives in her. She is culture in the land, bioregionally. And the more that we can realize that the closer we get to our knowing all that sustains us, being in relationship and honoring our relationship with her through relocalizing our shelter, water, fire, and food, we start to realize that culture will once again spring in a way that we have never imagined by being in touch with our shelter, our water, our fire, and our food. The relocalization of our basic sustenances will allow us to, again, find our place in cultural relevancy, where we're no longer, our umbilical cord is strung out to a place that we never originated from, but it's actually in the place in which we stand. And there's a lot of ways that we're doing this, and I only have a couple of minutes here, but a lot of it is just looking at how we convert and invest our time, our energy, and our money to move economic capital into natural capital. And we've been doing a lot of different works around what we call natural capital investment strategies. And I'll just show real briefly, we have a farm where we've done this, where we've said, let's build shelter, water, fire, food with taking money from oil stocks from a friend and converting them to soil stocks. Yeah. So I'm going to just end with this little story because that's one way to go. There's a lot of different ways that we can actually reroute our culture or reroute ourselves so culture expresses herself through us. And it brings me to this story of, how many of you know Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the president of Liberia? One of my all-time women heroes. I was coming back from northern Liberia, and I got to this place where she was on the radio, on UN military West African radio, which is where the week before I had done a talk for an hour on permaculture there. But this time I was in the car and I was listening to her, and she said, Liberians, there's one thing we can do. There's one thing we can do to keep from going back into a brutal civil war. And I'm like, I'm going to pull over. This sounds pretty good. She said, there's one thing we can do to keep from our children dying of malnutrition. Liberians, there's one thing we can do to empower ourselves to not have to bow to Western interest. And now I'm like, okay, what is it, Ellen? This is amazing. There's one thing we can do. And she just kept going. There's one thing we can do to maintain our nobility as a people on this earth so we don't have to repress others. Whew. She got down to it and she said that one thing is that she wants everybody to grow a garden in Liberia. Think about that. It doesn't raise your GDP as a president. It took a great-grandmother president to say, you know what? Fuck the GDP. Yeah. Where our benchmark of wealth goes up if you get cancer. It goes up if we have a war. That's not our wealth. That's not what we're striving for. And she had the clarity to be able to bring this to the people there. And so I passed that message along with you, with also Bill Mollison's words that so many of our problems can be solved in the garden. And that's bringing it back home so we're in relationship with that which sustains us. I believe that's where peace begins. And so just with that, I want to put a final slide on and just say, thank you and namaste. Yeah. Good. Really, thank you.
Thank you so much, Warren. Thank you so much, Warren. I have the great pleasure now of introducing Rucha Chitnis, who is a woman who I'd just like to say about you, Rucha, that you embody fierce loveliness, which is one of the great qualities of women in leadership that I really enjoy. Rucha is a women's rights advocate, an environmental justice advocate, and has done quite a lot of work around progressive philanthropy to support projects globally. She is also a passionate photographer, bringing us images to continue to expand our imagination and help us to reimagine the story. Rucha, can we bring you up? Yes.
Namaste, everyone. Just going to work the slideshow. Namaste, salam. Thank you to the Global Summit for giving me this opportunity to share a counter-narrative, a feminist narrative. But first and foremost, as we gather in the homelands of the Oholones and the coastal Miwok, I first want to thank my indigenous teachers, both in my motherland and indigenous women globally, who continue to help me to learn and unlearn and reshape my thinking about the power and agency of women's work. So as someone who's born and raised in the third world, yes, a third world, half our planet ranked and shaped by global capital, power, and frankly, very bad manners, right? The third world. I seem to pay a lot of attention to narratives, particularly to narratives from a Eurocentric gaze and an ethnocentric gaze, and how the power and agency of women, millions of women in the global south, how that is often reduced to this monolithic entity in the face of this incredible diversity of perspectives, experiences, wisdom. When you hear the narrative of the corporate media, which seeps into, frankly, everything, I feel that in the context of ecological crisis, in the context of climate change, the narrative is mostly the victimization narrative. And through my work, I've been so deeply privileged to work with feminist organizations, women's groups that are hoping to transform philanthropy, that are hoping to decolonize philanthropy. I feel that this use of imagery, especially if you think of the iconography of the African famine, right? How that reduced this whole continent to one thing without offering context, nuance, history and legacy of colonization, of structural adjustment programs. So the narrative is reduced to a very simple and a very simple and simplistic narrative. And particularly, I find myself thinking about where are the voices of women, right, who are leading very bold and audacious solutions. Those voices are not heard often. But as Arundhati Roy reminds us, right, there is no such thing as the voiceless. There are the deliberately silenced or the ones that are preferably unheard. One of the most transformative classes that I took was an anti-oppression class taught by Dr. Kimberly Richards. She said, sticks and bones might break your bones, but words will shape your reality. Words will shape your reality. And I think about that also in terms of photographs and imagery, and I do think that images also often shape our reality. So I want to offer a counter-narrative through images, because one of my passions is truly visibilizing women's work, because often women's work is the invisible work. So shall we look at a few photos? Okay. So around the world, women farmers are the backbone of their communities. Nearly 50 to 70% of the world's food is grown by women, often landless women and women farming in very tiny plots of land. So they are the planters, they are the seed savers, they are the harvesters, who often are not even recognized as farmers. Where I come from, India, farmers are largely considered those by land, and by that definition alone, since less than 10% of women own land in India, and less than 1% of women on the planet own the world's assets, by that definition alone, women are not considered as farmers when they're doing 80% of the farm work. So women's work is the invisible work. So in the face of climate change, what we're noticing is a phenomena called the feminization of agriculture, as men migrate, leaving all aspects of the farm work to women. Women are 14 times more likely to die in the face of natural disasters than men, and 80% of the planet's climate refugees are women and girls. So if you're talking about climate change, you have to think about the gender lens. You have to understand how men and women, boys and girls, are differently and disproportionately affected by climate change. So now, in the face of globalized capital, what is happening? And why do we need to look at globalized capital? And let me just give you one example of the great 21st century land rush. In 2010 alone, African land, double the size of England, was snapped up by wealthy investors and governments, and yes, foreign corporations. So in the face of the land grabs, in the face of this incredible ecological and climate crisis, how are women looking at climate solutions? How are they framing climate justice work? And I wanted to give you a few examples. Let's start with my homeland in India, particularly with the state of Jharkhand. So the Indian state of Jharkhand, which means the land of forests, is the birthplace of hallowed history of legendary tribal uprisings. In the 18th century, Santhal tribal leader Tilka Manji seated one of the first tribal revolutions against the British oppression. This history remains unwritten in the mainstream Indian history books. So as Indians, when we grow up, we don't hear about how indigenous people were very much on the first ones to rise up against the brutality of the British Empire. So Jharkhand is also a land of incredible, unparalleled mineral wealth, where millions of tribals, more than 7 million, have been displaced to make way for dams, mines, steel. Last year, I traveled to Hazirabad, a coal mining belt, visiting an amazing organization called Chota Nagpur Adivasi Seva Samiti. This group works with largely the Santhal communities who have been displaced historically and continually because of coal mining projects. During a visit to a health center, I met this amazing worker. She's a health worker. She's educating pregnant mothers and new mothers who work in the mines. Women work in the mines well beyond their first trimester, hauling the coal, breathing in the toxicity. So the work of this woman is very important because she's educating mothers and new mothers and pregnant mothers about their health. One of the things that was really moving, we went to this mining zone, and she stood there and she said, "My village is the next to be displaced." So, and nothing can be done because these leases were signed maybe 30 years ago. And so besides educating mothers, she is now part of organizing people from her community to demand for just rehabilitation and resettlement. So here's one woman, approaching this huge problem from a multi-pronged approach as an organizer, as a teacher, as an educator. During the same trip, I was so excited to meet the indigenous women who were part of the Save the Jungle Forest, the Jharkhand Jungle Bachao Andolan. And women are, again, on the front lines protecting the forests. And here what they're doing is they're translating a very complex act, the Indian Forest Rights Act of 2006, which gives incredible ownership to indigenous people to safeguard their territories. They are translating this act from English to their native languages, and they're going village to village, educating communities. So this is a strategy that they're using, legal awareness training and political awakening. because they understand that if climate change is happening, land security and territorial sovereignty is absolutely key to increase their resilience. That's another way in which women are protecting the communities in the face of climate change. I am such a huge, such deep respect for this organization. The Tamil Nadu Women's Collective in southern India works to organize the leadership of Dalit women, the untouchable women, coming from one of the most stigmatized communities in India. They work primarily with women farmers. And so this collective, what they have done, it's completely revolutionary, and it's important to tell the story. Because when you think of Dalit women, you think of helpless women who are victims of a certain process of the caste system. But here is how they are reclaiming their power. So this collective began in 1994 with a handful of women. It has grown to 1,500 villages, and there are nearly 60,000 members. The collective members, they focus on ecological farming. They focus on creating seed banks of native drought-resistant seeds, such as millets, which use very little water for irrigation. So these are important seeds. These are our native seeds that were lost. We lost respect for our native seeds in the face of climate, in the face of the Green Revolution. And what's really important is how they're using political awakening as an important tool to emancipate women and to empower women. Now, here is a number that should make you jump with joy. At least it makes me really happy. By educating women on their political participation, Dalit women, the untouchable women, through training, through capacity building and leadership program, nearly 1,000 female members ran for state and local government offices. 1,000. And 500 were elected. Yes. So these are the words of Sheila Francis. It's a collective, so the president is voted into power. So this is what she said. She said, a whole lot of things have to change. We have been successful in getting men to recognize women's strength. We have gotten women to recognize the power in themselves, and that is an important start. This year, I was so fortunate through my work with Women's Earth Alliance and as an advisor to Global Green Grants Fund to travel to East Africa, to Uganda and Tanzania. And I was so blessed to be in the company of pastoral women, Maasai women. Maasai communities are what some people would call conservation refugees. So the world-famous Serengeti Park has been built on the backs of the eviction of Maasai people. And so when you go to Loliendo, where Maasai communities are again on the front lines of a very important land struggle, there's a story in The Guardian just yesterday. What you learn from hearing their stories is that we remember the stories of our grandfathers, of our ancestors being evicted from Serengeti to here, and now they're facing eviction again. To hunting companies, to luxury tourist safari companies, and again, the effort of government to create certain conservation parks that does not recognize the power and agency of indigenous communities to steward their lands. But pastoral women had a significant victory last year after a 3-year struggle, and they won. The issue is back again in the news, so there is an ongoing struggle, but it's so important to recognize how Maasai women, again, by building unity within their communities, and through this crisis, there was a sudden flowering of women's leadership. And I talked to a lot of village elders, customary male traditional leaders who said that through this land grabbing struggle, we have realized that if men and women don't come together, but most importantly, if we don't recognize women's leadership, if we don't invest in the education of the young Maasai girl, we as a tribe will cease to exist, because the forces of globalization and land grabs are so strong. So we need to do this together. And here's a song that the women sang, which was dedicated to land grabs. And they said, you can push out of poverty, you can have water without restrictions, you can farm, graze your cattle, you can bury your people if you have land. Money has created a lot of problems in this world. Land can be bought like cattle. And Maasai, as you know, cattle is a sign of wealth. So to end my talk, how are women framing climate justice? Here are some of my takeaways. by building holistic models of leadership and through political awakening. They are recognizing that transformation is both personal and collective, and that respecting women's knowledge systems, particularly women's traditional knowledge systems, is key. Dr. Elizabeth Lindsay, the first female Polynesian National Geographic explorer, said that every time an elder dies, a library is burned. Every time an elder dies, a library is burned. So what does it mean in terms of the lack of respect given to women's traditional knowledge systems? So by connecting with our roots, we can hear the whispers and the wisdom of our ancestors. Women are reframing power as a community resource. Transcending money, yes, economic justice is absolutely important, but so are networks, so are relationships, the sharing economy, and reciprocal relationships. Building reciprocity is absolutely key. By giving to you, I receive as well. And political awakening, I just shared some example. So going back to the counter-narratives, these counter-narratives, where do they live? They live in the stories, in the dances, in the folklore of women. They live in community seed banks stewarded by women. They live in women occupying politics. They live in communities' ongoing decolonization efforts. These counter-narratives live in biodiverse farms, in resistances, and in social movements that connect. And thank you very much, and I'm just going to end with a poem that I wrote. Do I have time? Okay. The democracy has spoken. Okay. All right. This poem I wrote very recently. It was inspired by a woman project, and this amazing male artist, Nick Randhava, has been making these beautiful works of art, documenting the sketches of women's rights advocates from around the world, women of color. And so this is a poem inspired by his work and the feminists who inspired me, and it's called She Says. She says she isn't savage and dangerous. She says the truth is savage and dangerous. She says she's a small crack in the wall of patriarchy, and more cracks are configuring as women own their power and their psyche. She says the master narrative wants all Palestinians to look like the enemy. A lot is at stake as a counter-narrative shapes. She says migration is a human right and that we must fight this corporate beast that asphyxiates and brutalizes with a muscled fist. She says that if corporations are people, then some of them should be in jail. There will be no bail, their greenwashing agenda will fail. She says there is no hierarchy of oppression. Thank you, Audre Lorde. And she says democracy is a masquerade when truth is treason. She says she doesn't need to be saved from brown or black men because white supremacy is still very real, as is the war machine. She says that we can see the world anew by rewinding time, and by deepening our roots, we hear the faint whispers of ancestors. She says, saviors, you may retreat because she exists. She says she is a protagonist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rucha. Which part of this morning made you cry? Oh my gosh. I come from Seven Seeds Farm on the north slope of Grayback Mountain in Williams, Oregon, where we grow seeds, and our forests are being chopped down. And I felt to say that because it brings it home, since I'm a white girl in the room, and I used to live around the corner from here. And this floor used to be a forest. So we're doing some deep work today around how we dream. And with that note, I'd like to introduce our next panel, who's yet another beautiful pantheon of people who happen to be women who are working to help the journey of reconfiguring humans' dreams in relationship to the climate, in relationship to each other, in relationship to how we understand power, and how we physically create our time, energy, and attention in relationship with the earth. And I'd like to introduce Sarah Drew, who is the moderator of this panel and the author of the just released book, The Gaia Codex, which is an invitation to all of us as women, as code carriers for the wholeness of our relationship with all things. Sarah Drew.
Wonderful to be here today, and I just want to ask our panel, Osprey Oriole Lake, Starhawk, and Esperanza Garcia to come up onto the stage, please, right here, and we'll go ahead and just get started very soon. A lot of amazing wisdom in the room, and I've really been appreciating our deepening with those lines that inform us through time. Do we have Esperanza? Are you here? There she is. In many traditional cultures, women have cultivated a deep and symbiotic relationship. Is the sound okay? Test? Okay. Good. In many traditional cultures, women have cultivated a deep and symbiotic relationship with our Mother Earth. They've tended the cycles of regeneration through the generations, and it's been the role of women to preserve the plant, to preserve the seed stock that is so vital for life. They have tended to the waterways, our rivers and streams, which is our sustenance for life as human beings. And when it was time, women have prayed and they've given thanks to the Mother Earth. For we human beings, our life is often fragile, and our interconnection with Gaia herself is essential to our life. And in many of these cultures, there's been a tradition of women who are the voice of the Mother Earth. They've had many names, oracle, priestess, seer, but what they've had in common is that in the depths of their wombs, in the flow of their blood, they have been able to feel the Mother Earth herself. And when it was time, these women have spoke and they have acted, and they've called their people to action. So today we have an extraordinary panel of women, leaders who are, in my understanding of that lineage. Women have made it their life mission to catalyze the awareness around the necessity of regional and global ecological sanctity and the transformation of our key cultural narratives in the face of socioeconomic structures that no longer sustain us. Honored to have our first panelist today, who many of you, probably all of you in the room know. She's a visionary ecofeminist, author, philosopher, activist, ritualist, and practicing pagan, Starhawk. She's the international author whose numerous books have been translated into multiple languages. Her bestsellers, Spiral Dance and The Fifth Sacred Thing, have provided readers with both the necessary deep roots of reconnection into the pagan and goddess traditions, as well as visionary visual blueprints for emergent evolutionary culture. And without any further ado, I'm going to turn you over to Starhawk.
Thank you. I find myself in a little bit of a dilemma here because I had intended to talk about some of the practical and permacultural solutions around climate change, but I actually can't sit here in front of you with any integrity without responding to some of the things that Tim Kelly was saying about Palestine and Israel, because I have also been there and worked there many times. And I will say, Tim, I don't know if he's still here, but he did succeed in evoking enormous emotion in me, and that emotion is absolute fury. And I will try to explain briefly why. I think it was when he said there were more people killed in auto accidents than killed in the recent war. That, I'm sure, is true if by people you mean Israelis, but it erases the more than 2,500 people who were killed in Palestine and the West Bank in that recent war. It's also when you say the Israelis and the Palestinians are doing the same thing, you are, basically you lie. I'm sorry to put it that bluntly, but it erases the power differential. When you do something, even if that something is an emotional thing, is a very different thing if you do it as a person who is an individual, and when you do it as somebody who is a representative of a force that has the third largest army on earth. And if we erase those differences, we continue the violence, because the violence, as Rusha said so beautifully, all over the world is about erasure, about changing the narrative so that the people who make us uncomfortable and who threaten the things that benefit us when we have privilege no longer exist. I grew up Jewish, steeped in the narrative. I know what that narrative is, and it's a powerful narrative. It says, hey, we were kicked around for 2,000 years, and finally, we were almost exterminated. Finally, we have a state of our own, and by God, nobody's going to do that to us again. You can understand the emotional power of that narrative, but the problem is that narrative doesn't work once you admit the Palestinians into the picture. And I believe that's really what's happening there. It is a continual 100-year, more than 100-year process of needing to erase the Palestinians so that that narrative can go unchallenged. And that is a very different thing. It is not the same thing that is happening on both sides. I'll say that narrative is also deeply implicated in climate change. That process of erasure, as Rusha said so powerfully, it is about those who are deliberately silenced, because their voices, if they are admitted into our reality, threaten the way that we do things. They threaten our profit. They threaten our benefits. And the flip side of that erasure is the erasure of accountability. And I think if we are going to actually change the world enough and quickly enough to really deal with climate change, we need to also look at the way that accountability gets erased in this culture, accountability for the poisoning, accountability for the planet. And it is an old process. In some sense, it goes back to the way that we have erased the reality of the earth, the things that actually sustain our lives, the things that we need to live, somehow are of less importance to us. They are less real to us than this abstraction we have come to believe in, which is profit, which overrides everything. So I often tell people, we have faced two huge crises right now. The crisis of climate change and ecological collapse, and the crisis of the concentration of power in fewer and fewer hands. And actually, those are the same crisis. Those are the same processes, the same things at work. There are solutions to climate change. And we know what they are. Actually, if we were going to boil them all down into one word, that word would be community. It would be the recognition of our deep interconnectedness. And it would resonate through our economic systems, our political systems, our agricultural systems on every single level. We can't get to that kind of interconnectedness unless we are willing to actually look at reality. We are actually willing to look beyond those erasures. If we are willing to hear those voices that haven't been heard, and if we are, and to be willing to look at the things that may make us uncomfortable, not just the things that reinforce our comfort. And we can't get to that world unless we are also willing to hold people accountable for the things that they do that threaten the health and the life and the well-being of others. When we do that, I think we'll find that we have enormous and powerful allies. And those allies are often the things that have been erased from our consciousness or treated as unimportant or treated literally as dirt beneath our feet, because the biggest ally is the dirt beneath our feet, is the soil. And there's a wonderful book I'll recommend called Cows Save the Planet that talks a lot about the practicality solutions that all really go back to soil. And I think it's kind of amazing and wonderful that soil under our feet may be the key to addressing the problems and the devastation that we have caused to the earth. And again, I have very short time, so I can't go into all of it, but I will say that the world's soils are carbon hungry, because part of this process that Warren was talking about that began with this Bronze Age exploitation of agriculture in a new way and the development of metals, which I will also say came about because those metals made more effective weapons. Yeah, right. And that shift was very much linked to the rise of warfare as conquest and the rise of hierarchies and slavery and civilizations where some people are in power and others aren't. And again, it's something I've been writing about for years. If you are interested in it, my book Truth or Dare has a whole chapter on ancient Sumer and how that shift took place and how you can actually follow it through the literature and follow it through the poetry and see it develop. But we have 5,000 years of carbon hunger in our soils, which have been turned over and oxidized. And we have 200 years, and especially the last 50, 60 years, of extreme, devastation with chemicals, with industrial agriculture. So the good part about that, the hopeful part, is they're starving for carbon, and they are the place we need to take the carbon out of the atmosphere, put it back in the soil, where it becomes soil organic carbon, it becomes humus, it becomes fertility. And there's no downside to that. There's no potential disaster it's going to cause. In fact, it is exactly what we need to do to revitalize the devastated soils of the earth, to reverse desertification, and to increase the effectiveness and the resilience of our water cycles. There are different ways that permaculture teaches us we can do that. And permaculture, if anyone here doesn't know what it is a whole system of ecological design. For me, it's sort of the practical application of the idea that the earth is sacred. Yeah. And just briefly, I'll say they're through guarding our forests, reforestation, growing food through agroforestry and food forests, and shifting to a kind of no-till agriculture. They are also through grazing systems, and there are some wonderful talks TED Talks you can find by Alan Savory about how the right kind of effective grazing can actually restore grasslands and regenerate soil and sequester carbon. And they are about relocalizing our food systems, our economic systems, all of our systems, so that we're not shipping food thousands of miles away, but we're growing it close to where we live and growing it and supporting the small farmers, the women who do the work of farming, the people who can actually have a close and intimate relationship with the land. And to do that, we need a huge shift in resources, because the one drawback to all of these wonderful practices is that many of them are far more labor intensive. than the practices we have today. That might not be a drawback in the broad scheme of things, because we also have tremendous numbers of people who need actual meaningful work in their lives. But in the context of an economic system that shifts everything toward those who manipulate abstractions and away from those who actually work directly with the soil or the land or the earth, or work directly in those things that have traditionally been women's realms, like actually caring for people, actually nurturing and raising the next generation. We need a massive kind of movement that says, hey, we need to take our resources now. We need to hold those people accountable who have actually sucked those resources away and continue to do that from everybody who does truly nurturing and meaningful work, and put them back into making this transition.
Thank you, Starhawk. And thank you for bridging the larger conversations in the room with the conversation we're having here on women and climate. Our next panelist, Esperanza Garcia, is award-winning Globe Youth organizer and speaker of youth climate change and international development. She's the co-founder and executive board member of the International Youth Council. The organization currently has 10,000 members in their social media networks and 30 chapters globally. Esperanza is keynoted at international conferences, including the UN and TEDx. In the UN, she's been active in the Youth Assembly at bridging the communication of UN millennial goals with on-the-ground activism. She's a graduate of Columbia University's Innovative Sustainability and Management program, which is very cool if you knew about that. And Esperanza, wonderful to have you, and over to you.
Thanks. Starhawk, thank you for that talk. The person next to me kept asking me, did Starhawk talk yet? So it just gives a lot of volume of how much respect you have in the room. I was here at the Global... Hello. Yeah. Hello. I thought my voice was loud enough. The first time I was here at the Global Summit was 6 years ago at its founding in 2008, International Youth Council, where the co-founding partners, Melanie, who has been continuing on this vision. Congratulations to you. In the past 6 years, was able to get young global scholars from all over the world to come to this event. This was just a vision that she had had, and now she's and her colleagues have brought it together to where it is today. So congratulations, Melanie. So let's begin by saying I'm a woman. I'm a woman. Well, that's... There goes my vocabulary and education. Thanks, Dad. I'm a young person, still am, even if I have a 9-year-old daughter. And I'm from a developing country. I represent the demographic that is most impacted by climate change. And I'm here to tell their story. In the past decade that I've been in climate change activism and working in UN development and government and in the private sector, I have met the greatest leaders of our time in this realm. And one of them is Constance Okole, who is a community activist, a farmer, a mother of 7 from Toro district of Uganda. And her community, her village, suffered from floods. And they had lost their crops, washed away their homes, they lost their livestock and cattle, and people were dying due to contaminated waters. And when their village, they were able to get back on their feet again, her village had again suffered from drought. Now, it was only several years later, this was back in 2007, after this had all happened, when her village had realized, what was happening to them. But Constance's story is not only one of despair, it's one of hope. When she learned that climate events such as this has never happened to her in her lifetime in this district, in her village, and learned about climate change, she now becomes the face of climate change and tells the world leaders, we have hope. This is what we're going through, but we can reduce our emissions, and she inspires communities by telling her story. I had met Aisha Niaz at the 2009 UN Climate Change Conference. At the age of 19, she was speaking in front of international media, and she was begging the world to save her country. She was begging the world to save her home, because in the next 20, 30 years, she'll be a climate refugee. Imagine being her age, and by the time, in the next 20, 30 years, her family and her will no longer have a home. But I also have met 20-year-old Leandro Lavista from the Philippines, who had left, as I went to school at Yale, who had left Yale as a junior to go back to the Philippines and build his old solar company, and now has 100 megawatts of solar, commercial scale solar, in the region. And so there are inspirational stories that young people and women are playing in this role that is inspiring this movement. The most inspiring group and community that I've worked with is the International Youth Climate Movement, otherwise known as YOUNGO, which is the youth constituency of the UNFCCC, the UN Framework of Climate Change Convention. And we lobby to governments for a stronger negotiation, because when negotiators who are twice, thrice our age talk about things like loans, we're the ones who will pay for them. And so we become the face of climate change. We ask them, how old will you be in 2050? Because in the next few years, we'll be the ones responsible for what's happening. And so we play a very critical role. We take the lessons that we learn at these international conventions home, and we create national campaigns. We built educational campaigns, and that's where I had built the Philippine Youth Climate Movement. After being exposed to this, I went home and started showing film showings of what's happening in our country, in our region. We started educating people on what the Philippines is, the third most vulnerable country impacted by climate change. We suffer from 20 typhoons annually, and last year alone, exactly a year from today, we were hit by Typhoon Haiyan, which is the strongest typhoon ever hit in the history of the world. And in that one blow, 10,000 people lost their lives, 9 million people were affected, and 600,000 people were homeless. And that is just one day of typhoons, and we have 20 of these a year, and we lose 5% of our economy, and that typhoon alone costs us $5.8 billion. And so when I educate people on what's happening to our country, more often than not, because a third of our people are in poverty, they would say to me, why should I care about climate change when I have to worry about putting food on the table? And it was really critical to also let them know, though like other developing countries, we emit the least carbon, and yet our country, however, we have strong mitigation efforts. Our renewable energy grid is responsible for 40% of our electricity grid. 40% of our electricity grid is renewable energy, mostly from hydro, from wind, from solar, from geothermal. We're the leaders in renewable energy. We are the first wind farm, the first solar farm, the largest rather, in Southeast Asia, and we have the strongest renewable energy law, of which when I was working in government, we had built, and I lobbied for as I was working in government and educating young people, that we do have policies in place, and it's our responsibility now to move this forward. We planted 1 million trees when we was visiting schools and educated over 60,000 young Filipinos and students all over the Philippines, and had each school that I visited commit to planting trees all over the Philippines. And you know, this was then. I was much younger then. I also started the International Youth Council, in where I organized the Youth Assembly at the UN, and we brought together thousands of young people annually to the United Nations to educate them on Millennium Development Goals and ending poverty. And then we needed a platform to bring all these young leaders together to say, you know, we can impact change, we can make change. We are not the leaders of tomorrow, we're the leaders of today. And using this platform, we've now grown the International Youth Council to 30 countries globally, building leadership support, network support, providing resources to these young leaders who want to genuinely create change in the world.
Wow.
You know, what is, since this is a climate change panel, a women in climate change panel, what is the secret weapon to climate change? And that is us, the women. And that is due to our central role that we play in our families, in our communities. Although everyone is impacted by climate change, women bear the brunt of climate change. But we also have the greatest opportunity because we are providers of food, we're providers of water, we're providers of shelter. We're also leaders in businesses, we're leaders in governments, we're leaders in politics, and due to our leadership roles, we have the greatest opportunity to build this change. And you know, I am one, but I am one, discovering and excelling in my passion. When I was 18, I had my daughter. And I was kicked out of my school because I was in an all-girls Catholic school in the Philippines, and I had my education taken away from me, and I was told, I was marginalized from community. I was told I could never get into an Ivy League school, and I proved that I knew that I could, and I did. I went both to Yale and Columbia. I was told that a lot of things, you know, having your education taken away from you is very difficult, but I wanted to become someone for my daughter, and that is why I wanted to build a better world for her, and this really was for her. I wanted to build a platform to say, despite the way the community had seen me to be, I was still able to, with my friends and colleagues, build an inspiring global action. And so I think the best thing we can do is, for the people here, having worked with young people, is mentorship, is to share. We need people to look up to, but we also need people to share our stories with. And if we can just help each other, the younger generation with the people who are young at heart, build this community, then I'm confident. Having worked with the young people today, there's a strong sense of environmental awareness, strong sense of social awareness that we never had before have had. So as a woman, you know, Mother Earth is after all a woman, so we're all here to take care of her too. Thank you.
Esperanza, thank you for that. And just for your wisdom of building intergenerational knowledge bases and that can be accessed. It's really wonderful. Our final panelist today, another one that probably many of you in the room know, Osprey Oriole-Lake is an award-winning visionary environmental activist and author, a powerful voice for women in our Mother Earth. Osprey is the co-founder and executive director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, founder and president of the Women's Earth and Climate Caucus, and works nationally and internationally to promote resilient communities and foster a post-carbon energy future while addressing societal transformation. Osprey is co-chair of the international advocacy of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature. She's the author of the award-winning book, Uprisings for the Earth, Reconnecting Culture with Nature. And Osprey, truly an honor to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you both. That was very moving and inspiring. And I want to thank the organizers of this conference as well, because it's very interesting to weave so much of our world story together. My focus, as you can hear, is on women and climate, and I want to address that in a moment. On the way over, I was thinking of the words of Leonard Cohen about the fact, it had been said earlier today, which I thought was really interesting, how memes are in the air of there's a crack in everything, and that's how the light comes in. That's how the light comes in. And I've been thinking about that today and how these moments when we gather, there is, we understand that the system is breaking and broken, and there's fissures. But these are also our incredible opportunities, and the light that each of you are bringing in this room and the light of the speakers and information is really our way forward. And what's interesting about climate change and the frame of climate change is because of the incredible ecological tipping points and timing, it's a moment where we need to see the light coming in so that those cracks remain cracks and don't turn into large cliffs that we fall off of, which is a metaphor. In reality, I don't think we want to head towards. But likewise with Esperanza, I work a lot, not all year long, but during the climate change negotiations at the UN, I work with a lot of climate scientists and work with women all over the world, from the grassroots to people at top levels in policy, business women. Every sector is involved in our Women's Earth and Climate Action Network. And the report out is not good. It just isn't. The science and the physics of where we're going is not going in the right direction. I think we all know that. And so how do we really transform this moment? How do we work with getting at the layers that we need to in the timeframes that we have? And this is something that we address pretty much every day in our network. We have a fourfold strategy of working with women on the ground with direct solutions. We work a lot with indigenous peoples. About now 80 to 85% of all the biodiversity left on the earth is in the hands of indigenous peoples. I think this is something we really need to honor and respect. Of course, we're very interested in lifting up the voices of women. And we're a rights-based organization because we really see that we need to get at our systems themselves at a systemic level. So that means really getting at the economic frameworks, the legal frameworks that we're operating in, these old paradigms that we all know are crumbling down. And how do we do that? And how do we come in as rights-based organizations so we can address these things legally? So we're based on 4 rights that we're focusing on: the rights of women, the rights of indigenous peoples, the rights of nature, the rights of Mother Earth, and the rights of future generations. And I think it's really important to understand, and all of us are working to weave together these many different layers and levels so that we can really address such a complex problem economically, socially, the injustices that we're seeing around the world, and of course what's happening with our Mother Earth. And what I see happening in women's networks is a very deep level of collaboration and also a willingness to work between different sectors and understand many different relationships between different systems and how they can change and work together. Some of the women that we work with, of course, are on the front lines, and that always brings a level of urgency to the dialogue and to the decisions that we make. As an example, right now we're on our way to Lima, Peru. Some of you might know the next climate negotiations will be taking place there. And even though it's a very, very frustrating process, we think it's important to be engaged there because that is where all the world governments are meeting to make these important decisions. And it's so key that civil society is there expressing our voices. So we work a lot to make sure that women's voices are heard and that these different regulations and negotiations really involve a gender perspective for all the reasons Rucha went through. So I'm not going to go through that. But what I want to highlight is that right now we're operating on an extractive economy in which we're extracting oil out of the ground, we're extracting minerals out of the ground, and we really need to address this, especially in the global south, where we're working to protect women who are on the front lines of their communities and how they're being sold off so that we can extract more oil out of the ground, which of course is creating huge problems in our atmosphere. I think that there needs to be an understanding that everything is so connected that we can't just point our finger in one place. It's an ecosystem just like nature. So our lifestyle here in the global north, our privilege, the way that we live, is so key to so many of the communities that we work with who are on the front lines of protecting the Amazon forest. We also work in the DR Congo with those forests in the Atombe region. We work with frontline women who are living on the front lines of the tar sands up in Canada. So all over the world, there is this extractive industry, this extractive economy that we're really facing, and this old paradigm from the fossil fuel industry that we're addicted to, that we really need to extract ourselves from. That's the proper extraction I'd like to see. And insert ourselves into so many of these solutions that we know are available to us, the youth that is speaking to us. As so many of us have been saying and leaders around the world are saying, we have the solutions we need from solar and wind to geothermal power. I am so not concerned with the brilliance of humanity and our ingenuity and creativity for solutions and permaculture. It's absolutely thrilling to see the solutions that we have. That's not the problem. It's what's interfering with us living the way that we know we want to. And so I know we are very limited in time, so I just want to close by speaking about the aspects of what I'm seeing with women rising around the world. And I could give you so many stats about why women's leadership is key. You can go to our website and get those stats, but it's really the time for women's leadership and those voices that have been silenced, women, Indigenous people, nature, our youth, future generations, to be lifted up and balanced this time. But what I'm seeing with the fierceness of women around the world is this incredible balance of the warrioress aspect of women, in the same way that you see the mama bear is going to protect their cub, just an absolute fierceness about our intergenerational understanding of what it means to be human beings on this planet, and women's relationship with nature. It is not better than men's relationship with nature, but it is unique and different, and it has been missing from the dialogue. And that wildness and that fierceness from women about life itself, the life force, the web of life, is coming forward. Simultaneously in balance to that is this incredible nurturance and healing that women are offering, because we have been living in service. We need to not be in oppression with that service, but that deep understanding of healing that women and the Mother Goddess is offering. And I think this is key to climate change solutions, this offering of both this fierceness of our voices rising up for the web of life, while also offering our hand and our heart in healing so much damage and grief that has happened to our planet, to each other, and what we've also done to one another, and how we need to bring that into a circle of healing. So with that, I hand it back to our lovely moderator, Sarah.
Thank you, Osprey. I just want to get a quick time check. Where are we at? 5 more minutes. Okay. I think maybe just one question that maybe each of you could answer. Going forward, if you just had a brief address that you would want everybody in the audience to carry out into the world, what would you like to speak to?
I mean, what I would say on a personal level is know what is sacred to you. Know what you most deeply care about, and figure out a way to put your life force energies at its service. Yeah. On a practical level, I would say if you haven't done a permaculture design course, come take one. We do them, we call them Earth Activist Trainings, and they also have a grounding in spirit and a focus on organizing and activism. Penny Livingston Stark, who's just walked in, and I started doing this years ago to figure out how do we bridge the gap between the people who have the solutions and the people who are the activists and are interested in holding power accountable. So we have some coming up. I'll put out postcards and stuff. We also do a lot of fundraising so that we can offer scholarships to people of color who are working on these issues to help the people who come from the communities that are most impacted have the skills and tools to be part of that. And I would also say to think about, if you have resources, figure out a way that you can, you know, in the old days you used to tithe to the church. You know, really make it a part of your practice to tithe to the people who are doing the work, who are on the front lines in so many places, because we need to start drawing those resources in and putting them where they need to be.
Great, thank you.
I think the best investment that we can make now is the investment that we make in our future generations. And I know that we're all doing something within our lives that are going toward and acting towards that, but also spend some time with the younger generation. My grandmother, her name is Esperanza Garcia. I was named after her. She was a mother of 8 kids, but also she started a co-op with only 8,000 people to now having 50,000 people in her co-op, from $5 to now having, you know, billions of pesos in assets. she was an incredible woman who was also a judge. So I was able to have someone to look up to and guide me through my process. She was also a very strong advocate of the environment. Having someone to look up to, having someone to hold your hand and say, these are my mistakes. You cannot make them. Will and teach your lessons to the younger people. Take the time to do that. Not just investment in resources, but investment in time and teaching a person is an incredible investment towards their future. But they can teach those lessons to their peers as well. So I think here advocating for youth would be my take.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Esperanza.
What I'd like to remind us all of is that this is also an incredible time for civil society. Some of you might have been in New York in September for the largest climate march in history. Big shout out, 400,000 people on the street. I don't think it's the only thing in our toolkit, but I definitely think direct action is absolutely key at this point, given the fact of the time frames we're in, and also that we're up against, the big corporations, these big old paradigms, and we really do need to show boots on the ground. I do want to direct you to our website. We've just released something called the Women's Climate Action Agenda, which is a very detailed analysis. We've been writing it over the last year. 100 women leaders from around the world contributed to it. It's an incredible roadmap and blueprint going forward with a very progressive agenda. We released it and for the UN Climate Summit in September as well. It's circulating around the world now. It's a great resource. The other thing I would love to share with you also is we have a very active blog that has a lot of our programs on there and shares incredible stories of women around the world and their solutions, from Nima Namandu from DR Congo, working to protect the forests there, Fadwa Briar, who's working in the Middle East, North Africa region, Carmen Capriles from Latin America. These are phenomenal women. We don't know their names very often, but as is the case many times, these voices coming out of the grassroots are incredibly powerful, and I really want to honor them and bring forward their stories. So if you have a chance to look at their blogs and stories on our website, it's a really great way to get to know a lot of the voices from the grassroots and front lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Osprey. Well, I'm going to end with a very short poem, taking a note out of the playbook from Jim Garrison. I've been trained since ancient times on the path, and I've not forgotten the power of a flaming arrow shot with the clarity into the heart of darkness, piercing those veils of forgetting that have rendered the mind of humankind heavy with thoughts of self-destruction. When all the time, growing in the fecund forest of our heart, is the blossom of love, balance, and peace, the regeneration of the generations, and the essential interconnectedness that is the gift of infinity breathing in the quiver of a dewdrop that falls from the newly unfurled leaf in the golden breath of the morning after the dawn. And if you would like to find out more about the Gaia Codex, which is a tale about an ancient lineage of women who have been holding the rejuvenation codes for the planet, you can go to GaiaCodex.com.
Thank you so much, beauties. Woo, what a morning. Wow. Well, we are now getting ready to step into the last part of the morning before we head to lunch, and that would be to break out in our breakout sessions. Here's what it's going to look like. Beyond Politics, that was upstairs. We're actually going to be in this room sharing it with Feminomics. Feminomics are going to be in your exact same spot, and Beyond Politics is going to be over to my right and your left. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, we've got Beyond Politics, Building Peace, Feminomics, and Living Well. And if you're interested in finding out where those sessions are going to be held, right outside this door, you're going to see a
a sign that has where those sessions are going to take place. To kind of give you an arc of how long we're going to be in those breakout sessions, we'll be in there until about 1 o'clock. Then we'll have our lunch break at 1 o'clock until 1:45. We know that that's not very much time, but we've got a very juicy afternoon and we'll be wrapping it up. At 3:15, we're going to have Abundance of Feminine. 3:40, Track Harvest, what we've all kind of collected in our beacon baskets. And then we'll close with our closing ceremony. Cool? Everybody got that? Awesome. Love and light. Have a great breakout session. Everybody just focus in really quickly. Even the people in the back having the conversations, I'm talking to you as well. Everybody who's in the room, we need to move the chairs as quickly as possible, so make sure you grab your things and take them to your breakout session. And if you're over here, let's form in our breakout session group. So make sure you take your things as quickly as possible. Thanks.
My relation, oh my relation, singing oh my relation, oh my relation. Feel the resonation from the moment of creation. You can feel the vibration of all our relations passing down the middle.
I'm going to ask that people begin to take their seats. You can still chit-chat, but maybe bring it to a soft whisper and take your seats until we start. There we go. Here it comes. We're just about through, everyone. Now we have to get through one last amazing piece before we go into our lives and spread more of this goodness. Come on back. Great. Serotonin is going to play us a little bit of music as we gather in the room. So by the time she's done with the song, we're all in our chairs and ready to go. Otherwise, dun, 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 dun.
This is to see if you're paying attention. Share some time with me. Communicate openly and honestly, please. Yes. I know we can bust this with integrity. At least that's what's growing up inside of me. Check this out. I want to be your number two. Connect with the spirit first. Best thing you can do, said I want to be your number two, connect with the spirit. I love the way you do when the spirit can move through. Said I love the way you do when the spirit can move through. Spirit can move through. I'm down to be your number three. Connect with the spirit first. And your beautiful community said, I'm down to be your number three. Connect with the spirit. I love the way you do when the spirit can move through. Say, I love the way you do when the spirit can move through. If you get this next part and you feel it, you want to sing along, can we make that? All right, if you hear this next part and you want to sing along, this is our sing-along part. Spirit is our number one. Spirit is our number one. Spirit is our number one. Connect with the spirit. I love the way you do when the spirit can move through. Say, I love the way you do when the spirit can move through. We've had a lot of shout outs to Leonard Cohen today. We had a Leonard Cohen meme. And so to add to the Leonard Cohen meme, I'd like to offer this to the flame. This is just a little bit of a redo. This is just a little bit of an addition to the song. Thank you, Leonard Cohen. I'm going to offer you a poem that came to me in a moment of deep heart stuff. How many people here have had deep heart stuff? Come on. This is my offering to your heart. Please stop this war between my heart and mind. What my mother thinks is in pounds from taste. And my heart's in pain, knowing what it knows. My mind will lie to itself, fulfilling its own ego. How have I disgraced the sacred gift? With hurtful words of pain, defense and judgment. Never again can I participate in that. From this moment on, I swear I'll do my best. 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 Go get your perfect offering. Just ring the bells, we still can ring. There is a crack in everything. Get your perfect offering. Yes. Just ring the bells, this still can ring. There is a crack in everything. Forget your guitar string. Forget your perfect offering. Just ring the bells, this still can ring. That's how the light fades in. That's how the light fades in. How the light gets in. How the light gets in.
Yeah, Serotonin, thank you so much. We felt to offer that song, given that that was the third time today that that sacred refrain would be brought into the space. Folks, please come all the way in. Please come all the way in. We have, would you please bring the chairs up? Yeah, thank you. We're about to enjoy our last set of presentations for the summit. We have an abundance of feminine collaborative leadership that is coming to you live right now on the stage. Of women who embody extraordinary leadership in the 6 sectors that the Global Summit maps out as sectors of meaningful engagement. You may feel, and you probably do, straddle multiple sectors in your own work. Don't worry, we love you just as much. And we're going to welcome up this panel right now.
our little village. I was so happy when I came and I saw this that one.
Hello? Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, so I see a lot of people standing and milling around. Please have a seat if you can, and we're going to get started. So hi, everyone. I'm Monique Spozlian. I'm the CEO of Highest Path Consulting. My work centers around bringing feminine leadership into the business sector. So I've just been so enjoying the conversations that have been happening here over the past 2 days, and in awe of the caliber of presenters, speakers, delegates, voices, participants that we have seen here in the space the last 2 days, and just the magic that's been happening with the conversations that are happening, the connections, and I'm just so excited to see what comes out of all of this. So after our panel, we're going to be hearing from each intersection, right? So we've all been participating in the various intersections over the last 2 days, and we're going to be hearing the initiatives that have come out of those intersections in just a little bit. So that's what we're heading into. But what we thought we'd do to prepare ourselves for that is to inspire you with some inspiring stories from some amazing women leaders who are already working on the ground in their various sectors, bringing change, making change, creating change, and transforming our world. So the title of this panel is really The Abundance of Collaborative Leadership, feminine leadership, collaborative leadership, kind of the same thing. And we're taking the pie, the 6 pie, which is the different sectors that Melanie talked about earlier. And we're going to be hearing from 6 amazing women. And I've asked each of them to prepare a short story to share with all of us around the role of their sector as it relates to affecting social change and creating a thriving world. And one of the things that we were hoping for the Global Summit and what we wanted to happen here in these last 2 days is cross-sector collaboration. That was sort of the whole point of bringing everybody together. And so I've asked the speakers to prepare some thoughts around the opportunities that they see in their sectors around cross-sector collaboration, the things that they are involved in currently, so that we can celebrate it, acknowledge it, and be inspired by it. So that's where we're headed. So what we're going to do is go down the panel and hear from each one of you, wonderful ladies. Our first speaker to represent the for-profit business sector is Cynthia Phillips. She is the founder and CEO of G Media Partners, a next stage global change collaboration that integrates agents of change, innovators, and businesses with media and technology assets. Cynthia brings over 20 years experience spearheading and driving sustainable growth opportunities and initiatives for companies, startups, nonprofits, communities, and small businesses. And she was just talking about her amazing new TV channel that she's heading up. So I'm sure she's going to talk about that some more as well. But please welcome Cynthia Phillips.
Thank you, Monique. And thank you, Melanie, whoever you are. This is an amazing conference, so thank you. And I'm so honored to be on this panel with all of you. It really is a true honor and pleasure. I actually have an interesting kind of story as how I got here. I created a TV channel, and there's a story behind that, because I want everyone to hear the stories I'm hearing today. I want everyone to know you, and I want to reach every household. with the stories of transformation. And I look at this global summit, and I think keep coming to me is the alchemy of transformation. Because that's all what we do as a collaborative leaders and collaborative individuals, how we bring ourselves into circles where we really can be our best because of the people we're sitting next to. And that is really important to me at how I approach my work and in my relationships and my activism. So I started out as an economist, an agricultural economist. I actually have my doctorate in it. And I love numbers, love data. Yay, AgEcon, yay, big data, yeah. So there's so much there that is exciting, and I thought I was going to save the world from hunger, but it didn't quite work out because I wound up going to the corporate sector. But it was for a good reason. And I learned a lot in the corporate environment, and there's a lot of collaborative work that I learned from in the corporate environment as an individual. And then I got kind of tired of being at American Express, approving and not approving people's credit cards with my algorithms. And but I always really thought that the power of story in business and in social change was so important. And I wanted to make sure that the stories that could be heard were heard. And so I created something called the Social Change Film Festival, and we founded it in Bali and then New Orleans and Rio, and we're just traveling now to Pittsburgh. That all is about taking people from inspiration into action. So many films, so many great pieces of work that many of you do winds up not always reaching the audience as intended, and then where's that call to action? So that everything I do is around that, taking inspiration into action. And from the film festival, I'd always intended to take those films and hopefully do a television channel so that we could reach even more people. And now with technology meets story, connected TV, mobile apps, and so on, we're working on engagement mechanisms with the mobile apps being connected to the connected TV. So you would see, your audience could see a brilliant, like this whole circle would be amazing, right? If an audience could connect it with it really immediately with their tablet and get involved and sign up to be into the next part of the conversation, however that manifests. So that's the kind of work we've been doing at G Media Partners. And the G stands for global, generosity, green, goodness, gosh, and guys, gals. But it really is a global kind of G. And then basically, our theme is open your world, and that means open it in the way that you see more clearly who you are in that world. And that's the theme of everything we're really doing, is opening your world and changing it. So I look forward to talking with you, and the channel's for you guys. So please come see me and use it. It's for you.
How can folks get involved? I'll reach you.
Oh, you can reach me at, I'll leave some of my cards here, but www.gmediapartners.com, and find us and leave your contact there, and I'm happy to connect with you. And also, you can find me on LinkedIn. I have a snarky picture that looks just like me. You should be able to find it.
Awesome. Yay. Love that. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, a lot of this is also about, what can we start doing now, right? So start thinking about the people that you've met at this conference. Think about the people that you would love to work with who might be strategic partners for you. If you have an idea or a story to share or any, some idea for a partnership, find the people who are going to help bring that to life, right? Somebody who maybe already has a network, a TV channel, right? How can we start collaborating and leveraging each other's gifts and resources, right? So I think that's a really key piece. So thank you for offering that, Cynthia, to us. Great, so moving right along, we've got Melanie Bielefeld. I hope I got that wrong. Right? There I go again, making all sorts of, yeah. So Melanie has over 20 years of global advocacy experience for women's and children's health and wellness. She's raised over $35 million in grants and developed strategic partnerships with academia, corporations, global nonprofits, and public entities to support local leadership and to help raise up the quality of healthcare and education. So, yay! Yay, Melanie! So please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. this is a little bit of short notice, so I'm going to practice the story on stage for the first time, so be kind. So I was involved in international from the get-go when I was a small child, and just having visitors from all over the world come into my home and share their experiences of what their families were like, and some of their concerns about their safe and well-being in the world. And so from that story emerged a whole career of advocating for women and children's rights, starting with, I was lucky enough to win a Fulbright right after college and landed in Tanzania. So this lifelong love affair with global grassroots. And I moved on to learn from the larger initiatives that were going on during that time as I was, the global nutrition, supporting and training doctors and nurses worldwide so that access to healthcare was available as a choice. So I did that for about 15 years, and what I've discovered is that for my sector, the highest principle that we can adhere to is making the invisible visible and allowing for that space to unfold in all of our narratives, and having that consciousness come through our media, our academia, and all the other 6 sectors I can't remember because I haven't memorized it. And so what I would like to invite everybody today is, in your own world, in your own space, how can we have room for multiple narratives in our work? How can we, as to steal a permaculture phrase, how can we stack functions? How can we address some of, especially women and children's rights around the world, coming from a very localized place, coming from strong relationships, coming from right relationships, and being able to discern when our role is necessary and when we can step back and allow others to lead. And so that was some of the lessons that I brought from my experience. And I'm just so grateful that we're here today discussing and really connecting on these really deep, deep points for the world. So we can create the world we want to live in our own place, but also that we're evolving our communities and our consciousness as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, representing Artists in Action.
Me?
Oh. Yeah, that's you. Gemma Boulos. She is a water champion, a musician, an award-winning social entrepreneur. Her work has provided over 200,000 people with clean water in Asia and Africa through training women to be water, sanitation, and hygiene technicians and entrepreneurs. She's the winner of the Tech Equality Award and Warriors of the UN Millennial Goals. She's been recognized as one of the most influential thought leaders and innovative Filipinas in the U.S. and top 10 water solution trailblazers in the world by Reuters Trust.org. So thank you, Gemma. Thanks for being here.
I'm not singing today, but so here's the thing. I have no background in water and sanitation. I mean, I was a jazz singer and a preschool teacher. And I think a lot of people come to some of these things sort of looking for guidance and wondering if they know enough. You know, wondering if they need to just, do more, or if there's something they need to learn about deeper. And I'm a testament to like not knowing anything, and then knowing a lot, and then knowing I need to learn more. And so for me, when I started doing the water projects, it was completely accidental. I mean, like I said, I was a preschool teacher and a professional jazz singer in New York City. And I was supposed to be in the World Trade Center when the planes hit. And so for me, that was just the day that changed my life and of course so many other people's lives. And in response, as a songwriter and a musician, I wrote a song. And I had this crazy notion that I was gonna build a million voice choir around the world to sing it. And so I left my life, gave away all my belongings, took my backpack and my guitar, and started traveling around the world with an incredibly deep amount of trust, knowing that I would be taken care of wherever I was because I had this deep dedication to what my what my mission was. The mission wasn't mine. What the mission was sort of like navigating me through this crazy course. And it just so happened that one of the main themes of the song was this notion that it takes a single drop of water to start a wave. So that was my invitation to people, to see themselves as that powerful drop of water.
That their every word, their every thought, their every action was that powerful. No matter what, it was going to impact anybody around you. So maybe to choose wisely, to choose and think about the world when you are making those daily and momentary decisions. And so I got to be known as the water lady, the lady singing for water. So I got invited to sing at the United Nations Water for Life conference, and that's where I learned about the water crisis. Who knew? I mean, not me. And so it was from there that I started to really dig in and started to really research all of this information about water. And water went from my metaphor to my cause. And it informed everything that I did. Not only was it my metaphor, it was my inspiration. Everything about water, you look to it, it is so wise. Water always finds the path of least resistance. Water, when united with others, can literally shape the sides of mountains, and it creates our landscape. Water has the power to nourish. It also has the power to destroy. So every step of the way, I was looking to water as my guide. It was almost like wearing those bracelets that people wear, what would Jesus do? It's like, what would water do? And so, seriously, that's totally how I was living. And literally, you guys, for 10 years, I traveled around the world with no money doing this. And so after that, after I had actually built, as I was building the choir, the invitation was for people to sing "We Rise," the song that I wrote, from around the world on September 21st, 2004. We had over 100 cities in 60 countries singing from all over the globe on that day, before Facebook, before Twitter. And it was the cause that informed everything. This was not me. It almost felt like I was only the lucky one who got to actually share it with the world. Because when it came to me in a 10-day silent meditation retreat, literally, the way I used to write songs, I would just come up with a guitar lick or whatever, or guitar progression, and then and try and come up with my lyrics, and it would take me days. But this one, literally, I could hear the music come through. I could hear the horns. I could hear the choir. I could hear the harmonies, and literally, it felt like that the song belonged to the world, and I was just the lucky one who got to hear it first. Every single one of you guys have that. Every single one of you guys have the power to find that piece, that drop, your drop that will inform how you walk the world, inform how you provide service, inform how you connect with people in the world. So that, for me, look to water. Yes, I do. My cause is water, but it is mostly my inspiration. So look to that. What would water do? Bracelet.
Woo! Love that. Wow. Talk about the feminine in action. I mean, that is the embodiment of what happens when you embody your feminine power. And thank you for sharing. It's so cool. All right, so next we have educational institutions being represented by Penny Livingston. So Penny is internationally recognized as a prominent permaculture teacher, designer, and speaker. She holds an MS in eco-social regeneration and a diploma in permaculture design. Penny has been studying the Hermetic tradition of alchemy and herbal medicine making in Europe and the United States for 4 years. So we are very excited to have Penny here, and thank you for being here on this panel.
Thank you. I run an educational institution, nonprofit, out in Bolinas, California, famous for always taking the signs down so no one can find us. But you'll find us. It's easy to find. Anyway, so I decided to commit my life to education because I feel like that is where one of the weak links is lack of vision and lack of curiosity. So, we all have a lot to learn. Would you agree? Yeah, we all have a lot to learn. And we all have a lot of gifts that we carry within us, like Gemma was saying. We all have our drop, or maybe more than one drop, to share. And so education is such an important thing, and as is communication. So there's a lot to learn about how our world works. There's a lot to learn about skills that we need. There's a lot to learn about how our inner landscape is moving through the world and how we show up, how we show up on the outside. So some of the questions I've asked over the years is, what do we need to learn? What do children need to learn? What do activists need to learn? What do farmers need to learn? What do teachers or parents need to learn? And now what I'm asking, what do the people in power need to learn? What do the decision makers need to learn? And what do the politicians and the people that are driving this dysfunctional machine need to learn? And so that's, part of the work I've been doing is on connecting collaborative communities, so we work with the Tracking in Nature Connection people, and we brought in the natural building community, and with permaculture, people working, right now, interestingly, I don't know if I've ever gotten a building permit in my life, and I've been doing a lot of natural building out there, and now I was just unanimously nominated to the Building Appeals Board for our county in Marin County. Been there on a year and a half, and right now we have just approved an ordinance for doing natural building, and cob is now illegal in Marin County. Yeah. Because it's all about education. And so there's education around talking about things, and then there's education around doing. So I'm a doer. I like to talk too, but I'm a doer. And so part of it is like, build it and they will come. Build it and they will learn. A model is worth 1,000 pictures. Picture's worth 1,000 words. A model is worth 1,000 pictures, and so we're building models. But really, when it comes to education, if I was going to cultivate one thing, what I look for in people is curiosity. Because if you're curious, the world is your oyster. So to bring back that light in your eye and all of our eyes, and the curiosity and wonder of this incredible world, that to me is what a successful educator does. So I'm gonna end with one little story that you might enjoy, maybe. A few years ago, because I teach people a lot how to grow food. I teach permaculture and regenerative design and how to harvest water, grow food, purify water, build soil, sequester carbon, a lot of the solutions that we all are aware of. And once upon a time, when I first started doing this work in the sustainability conferences, if I asked anybody who heard of permaculture, and if 2 people raised their hand, I'd be like, wow. So we've come a long way around education around this work. But I was at a gathering, it was a fundraiser, and there was a man speaking, very eloquent speaker named Satish Kumar. I don't know if you know. He started Schumacher College and coined the term reverential ecology. And he spoke this very eloquent speech about living ecologically in harmony with the earth and everything. And I was there with a number of farmers because we were supplying the food for this fundraiser. And it was in some swanky house up in Mill Valley, and we had to have a shuttle to get us there and back. So we're waiting for the shuttle. I'm waiting for the shuttle. And this woman, for some reason, turns to me. I don't know why. She turns to me and she says, "We're an industrial society. We will never go back to living like that. We will never go back. We are an industrial society." And I said to her, and I had a few farmers standing behind me. I said, "Well, with all due respect," now you know what happens when somebody starts a sentence with all due respect. I said, "You don't have enough money to pay for the food, the quality of the food that we serve on our farm. The milk comes out of the goat and it's cheese that day. The vegetables are vibrating when they come from the garden to the table. And what our goal is to teach every human being who's interested to learn how to create this for themselves and have access to this quality of food." Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Next up, we have Jeanette Acosta. the wonderful Jeanette, who opened us up this morning with her beautiful ceremony. Jeanette serves the land and peoples with her participation in numerous committees and groups, including a growing emphasis on building collaboration among Indigenous nations to uphold the United Nations Declaration rights of Indigenous peoples, with particular emphasis in the protection of sacred burial and ceremonial sites. Thank you, Jeanette. Thanks for being here.
I'm not really sure what kind of story to tell you. I'm uncomfortable in this seat because I'm not used to being in a spotlight or in the center of a place like this. I mean, I used to be when I was a performing artist, but I'm not that today, you know, and normally my work is very quiet or in collaboration with my elders. And we work together, and that's the point of it, is that we work together. And so I feel like I have to give thanks, like to be on a pedestal here today, like I don't belong up here. Because I don't do the work alone. You know, my elders should be up here representing. They've done so much more in their lifetime than I have. And, you know, I choose to acknowledge them. They have many more years than I have on this planet, and have so much more wisdom than I. And I wouldn't be here today if it were not for their loving hand and guidance. And the work that I do in the world, I tell people I don't really work for anybody other than the ancestors. So I have no, like, what you call an income flow, you know? I don't work in a monetary world, but yet I'm completely cared for. And my life is completely cared for. And I'm completely blessed. So I really don't know what, like, linear time is. I don't know what the calendar day is. I'm not kidding you. And I'm here to support the growth of what this basket is. I was called to serve, to be here. I didn't know why or how. I showed up because, you know, I love you. And so I'm really not sure what kind of story you want to hear from me, but I'm being saved by the bell, and they'd say my time's up.
Saved by the bell. That was perfect. That was the best story you could share. Thank you. All right, so representing responsible media groups, we have Zoe Muntaner. She's the founder and chief compassion officer of Compassionate Santa Monica. Zoe is a single career woman, a longtime Santa Monica resident, born in Puerto Rico, educated in schools all over the world, but she became so upset with the pay-to-play politics, she felt compelled to run for Santa Monica City Council in this November's election. Please welcome Zoe Muntaner.
I want to invite you to watch a video before I speak, because this is what started it all. So go ahead. Sound. Sound. Stop. Thank you for your patience. Gracias por su paciencia.
The principle of compassion lies at the heart of all religious, ethical, and spiritual traditions,
calling us always to treat all others as we wish to be treated ourselves.
Compassion impels us to work tirelessly to alleviate the suffering of our fellow creatures.
To dethrone ourselves from the center of our world and put another there.
To honor the inviolable sanctity of every single human being.
Treating everybody without exception.
With absolute justice, equity, and respect.
It is also necessary in both public and private life
to refrain consistently and empathically from inflicting pain.
To act or speak violently out of spite, chauvinism, or self-interest.
To impoverish, exploit, or deny basic rights to anybody.
And to incite hatred by denigrating others, even our enemies.
Is a denial of our common humanity.
We acknowledge that we have failed to live compassionately.
And that some have even increased the sum of human misery in the name of religion.
We therefore call upon all men and women to restore compassion
to the center of morality and religion,
to return to the ancient principle
that any interpretation of Scripture
that breeds violence,
hatred,
or disdain
is illegitimate.
To ensure that youth are given accurate and respectful information
about other traditions, religions, and cultures.
To encourage a positive appreciation of cultural and religious diversity.
To cultivate
an informed empathy
with the suffering of all human beings,
even those
regarded as enemies.
We urgently need to make compassion a clear, luminous, and dynamic force in our polarized world.
Rooted in a principled determination to transcend selfishness.
Compassion can break down political, dogmatic, ideological, and religious boundaries.
Born of our deep interdependence, compassion is essential for human relationships and to a fulfilled humanity.
It is the path to enlightenment and indispensable in the creation of a just economy and a peaceful global community.
Thank you. I didn't produce that. The Charter for Compassion did. But a friend of mine, I'm going to stand because I feel more comfortable when I stand. A friend of mine who is a chaplain for the women's prison in Riverside showed me that, and I started crying. And I started watching it every day, and I was crying every day. And I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm kind of emotional. So I said, I want to be part of the movement, and they had the Compassion Games. And the Compassion Games is an event that takes place on from September 11 to September 21, where people around the world practice acts of compassion and kindness, and they go to a crowd map, and they fill out the crowd map. And at the end of those 11 days, that end of the International Day of Peace, the city or the planet or the world, the country, sorry, with the most compassionate actions wins the most compassionate city around the world. So I founded Compassionate Santa Monica, and I went to city council and I said, you have to sign the Charter for Compassion, and I started harassing them by email, and they wanted to get rid of me, so they signed the Charter for Compassion. And then Santa Monica was the very first city in LA County to sign the Charter for Compassion, and the number 4th in California. And right now, I'm looking for a volunteer to build the Charter for Compassion in San Francisco. So anybody in San Francisco who is willing to take this task, please see me after. In compassion, the less we talk about it and the more we practice it, the more efficient we are. And I'm not perfect. I make mistakes every day. So I just want to tell you that think about walking on the shoes of another person, and that's the easiest way to practice compassion. Last week, we were in the 3rd Empathy and Compassion Conference here in San Francisco, Compassion at Work. And the leader thinkers are coming out to talk about this. The Dalai Lama is coming to talk about this, and it's an impressive field, and I welcome you, and I invite you to be part of the movement of compassion.
You can hold on to it. Wow. Thank you. Okay, so are we inspired? Good. Thank you so much to all of you for sharing your stories and your voices with us this afternoon. I know we are on a tight schedule, so we are going to say goodbye, but we are going to break out into our closing session for today and start cultivating the amazing wisdom that's been coming out of all of our intersections. So thank you, ladies, and thanks everyone for being here.
So are you guys ready for the big moment? Like the time of this gathering that's super about we and super about us and super about you? Hey, did anyone have that energy come up in the last 2 days when you're like, no, it's about what I'm doing? Can you own that right now? No, like seriously own it. Like, no, it's about what I'm doing, or what my group is doing, or this thing. So this thing, whatever that thing is, my thing is the seeds. Can you name a few things? Salmon. GMOs. Birds. Harmony. Water. New roots. What? Soil. Fracking. Compost. Feminine leadership. Did you feel like that was represented? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I'm going to invite us to all stand for what we stand for. And we're going to get ready for track, harvest, intersection. We're going to make ourselves ready to receive and stand. So standing is one of the more powerful metaphors. Standing and walking and dancing are three of the more powerful metaphors we work with. We also work with the metaphor a lot, which we talk about planting seeds. And we talk about pollinating a lot. So let's stand right now and just start to bounce around a little bit and shake things up. And I'm going to set this down. And I just invite you to shake it out. Like, shake out all the nitty-gritties. And start to make some noise. And shake it out some more. Raise your arms up. Shake it out. And then turn around and shake your butt. And then turn forward. Shake your butt some more. Shake. All right, and then turn to someone. Turn to someone for just a moment and really tell them what you stand for and how you did or did not feel it represented and what your prayer is for having it represented. And that's a detailed question, but do it quickly.
Well, that would be a big job. Well, I'm going to tell you everything.
Yeah. And we're going to bring it to a close. What do you stand for was the question. And bring that to a close. Bring it to a close with gratitude for your passion and for the passion in the room. And I'm going to invite forward our champions. I'm going to invite our champions forward from our intersections and to invite Eric Gauthier forward. Or you said Gauthier. Gauthier. We're going to say Eric's name properly this time. Eric Gauthier. Gauthier. No, I'll keep trying. And Dan Ellis, who's our rally team expert of Harvest electronically. So I want to acknowledge an energy. Do you guys feel your energy just came up? So part of the conundrum of collaborative work, and this has been said in quite a few ways by many people in this space, the conundrum of collaborative work is it only works when you stand in your own truth. So we're going to do something that Jim Garrison would call a complexio repositorum right now, is that we're going to do something that's actually a paradox, which is to actually stand in the truth of what each one of us individually or within our own circle of particular influence and power are really interested in. And we're going to give that centered energy to support something that maybe that's arising through the group in a collaborative way. And we're going to hand it over to Eric and our champions to do that. So let's bring this energy of our solid yes to the yes to the champions and the yes to this man's genius. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Wow, what a race. This has been quite a marathon, a sprint. So many amazing things are emerging, and also things that want to emerge, and some parts of frustrations because some of the things aren't emerging. So this is all good because the lotus came out of the dirt. And so creation is a messy process. So we would like to invite TJ on the scene for TJB, T-Bird, T-Bird.
Yeah.
To talk about her initiative.
Cool. So I was in the session Beyond Politics, and it was phenomenal the past 2 days. Before I sort of share kind of what we came up with sort of as a shared sort of initiative or purpose, I'm going to hand it over to Melody, who was actually facilitating the session, just to give a few words about it.
Yeah, so I wanted to share one of the areas of exploration we were in, especially in the last session, and that was how can we truly be collaborative in a way that's equivalent, in ways that truly honors each voice and brings us together in a quality of heartful connection so that we can mobilize our creative energy and move into action from that place of honoring each other. So I wanted to leave that with you.
Thank you. And through that, what feels really authentic and great is really around building relationship. And so part of our commitment was that we were going to build relationship with each other. And through building relationship, we build trust. And then we can continue to create the conversations and more initiatives to take more action. So our first step is let's get together and build relationship, so we can continue to learn about each other's gifts and talents, so we can perhaps really do something about something on purpose together. So our next step is a commitment to really connecting again and continuing our conversations and to build relationships with one another. So be it and so it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have another intersection that feels ready to throw out their initiative? Come on down. All right, we have Feminomics. Please give it a big hand of applause. Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, good to see you. All right. So we had an incredibly inspiring group of women with us that had very articulate voices. And in our economics or feminomics panel, we came up with an initiative. And it's really based on the fact that we really need to start telling new stories. We need to start passing down new stories to our children, to our brothers, our sisters, and everyone that we come in contact with. Just like our genetics go through, passed down generation to generation, so do our mumetics, our beliefs. And so really we wanted to create a new economic story. And we want to live inside of that new economic story. And we want people to participate in that story, because if we only talk about how it's broken, and we don't give them a sense of what it looks like, what it feels like, what it tastes like to live in this new economic system, which I saw examples of in our group, we saw examples of our group left and right, then people get resigned and they don't know what to do and they don't know how to be. And so our idea is to create a viral video where we bring together some of the luminaries of our time, people like Charles Eisenstein, Sacred Economics, people like the beautiful co-founding women of Indiegogo who've created a new economic system and a way to crowdfund things, people that have done microfinance and nanofinance who are in our group. You know, so many amazing people that we'd have come together, and you, all of you, because what we noticed was that the women were so articulate. They knew exactly what that new story should be. They had a voice. So it's putting that out there. And we wanted also, the second part of our initiative was to create these salons. So a new, living in the new economy salons. These are things that you can talk about in your living rooms with your friends. Watch these videos, take it into your lives. And so we wanted to help organize these salons. So that's part of our initiative. And we have like a filmmaker here. So I want her to talk a little bit about like how she wants us to participate.
Well, I think we all really wanted to feel a direct action, right? Something we could actually do now. And so what I would like all of you to do is write down my email address, which is sarahsaldana@gmail.com. That's S-A-R-A-H, Saldana, S-A-L-D-A-N-A, which is my grandmother's name, at Gmail. And those of you who have a smartphone, those of you who have an iPad, sit for a moment, because we were talking about manifesting, and that seemed to keep coming up, and it seems to keep coming up in my life. And I absolutely believe that if we ask the universe, we can manifest what we want. And everyone in this room wants so much for our future, and so much depends on us getting that message through to the universe and asking a clear, concise, heartfelt, passionate way. And so what I would ask you to do is sit with yourself and think, what do I really want to ask the universe for that will impact the future of our planet, the future of our society, the future of all the species on this beautiful, incredible ball in the vastness of space that is such a miracle that we live on. And then do a selfie video. Videotape yourself. Introduce yourself, say whatever you like, make it as long as you want, as long as it's then easy to email to me, because I think there's a certain bandwidth or whatever, like a memory level. But if you have to break it up, that's fine. Most iPads, most iPhones come with editing software, so whatever, those are the technicalities. But please, please think about what you came with, or why you came to this conference, or what you came out of it with, and take a video of yourself and email it to me, or else come to me after this conference and I will videotape you. And then we are gonna sew those all together. And I think it would be so cool, because we can really, really then get a sense of what we want, and we can communicate with the universe. And even say that in your video, dear universe, this is what I, as a creator, because I believe we're all co-creators in this universe, this is what I as a creator want to create. And email it to me, or come and talk to me. And then not only that, not only the people in this room, but I want this to reach out. We want this. We want to go to communities around the world and ask them what they want, because so often we think we know what's best, right? This is what I want, but who knows? I want to know what other people want to, other communities want. So we want all these voices to be included. So please write that down, sarahsaldana@gmail.com. And I know I'm going to get a ton of emails. And hopefully we'll have a website soon and an official email address. But for now, please.
Yeah, help us tell this story. If you feel a strong call in your being, that it's time for us to be more loyal to life than it is to like an extractionary, competitive economic system that's broken. If you want to see us be a stand for that, and have, as women are starting to take and add to the values of our humanity, it's starting to shift what we value as a society. And our economic systems are a codification of what we value. Quite literally, our economic system's a codification of what we value. Our values are changing. We want to hear your story about what you value, and have those values be inside of our new economic system. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes. So, as you have probably seen, everything that is been shared right now is on Rally Team. So we will show you in a few minutes how to connect and how to follow that, and to continue the conversation after the conference. So do we have a new intersection? Yeah. Building peace, correct? Okay.
Building peace, that's right. I'm Susan Silber, and I am going to talk about, first of all, that I want to honor and just name that not everybody's voices in our group got heard, And so the initiative that we are going to talk about is not necessarily from our entire group. So I just want to put that out there. But I'm really excited to talk about an initiative that I worked on last year called the Community Resilience Challenge. And Starhawk in our group put it very eloquently. She said, there are so many amazing existing initiatives that are already happening. Why don't you just honor and support those existing initiatives? So that's what we would like to do. And then Simone is going to talk about how we want to also build upon and create something new with this existing initiative. So the Community Resilience Challenge, it's going to be in its 6th year running. It started by an amazing group called Daily Acts. And every single year, it's the 3rd month of May, thousands of people get to the third week of May. A bunch of people get together and they work on community resilience projects. So last year, for example, in the North Bay, they transformed the lawn of City Hall and are helping to create a food forest. There's a lot of permaculture-based projects that happen. Creating a gray water system, rainwater catchment. And this year, last year we had about 20,000 people that participated in the Bay Area and around the country. And this year, we wanted to make it bigger and better. There's already resources around. There's a lot of already existing groups that are going to be participating. And this year, we are really wanting to get social justice groups and groups with the new economy. Maybe you help to create a gift circle, or you help to create a garden in your neighbor's lawn. But the idea is to work in community to build, literally with our own hands, the world that we want to see. And we want to tell those stories of these projects happening in May. That's a big part of it. I keep hearing that meme, telling our stories. So not only are we going to create the projects, but also we're going to tell the stories. So Simone's going to tell you about the next piece.
Yeah, so I'm gonna condense it a little bit, but included in that would be lots of different parts of this movement that's happening. So the sustainability movement is included in that, also the youth empowerment movement, but also the movement of artists in action. So artists actually using their form of art to take action within these movements and within these actions. And May is also a big month for May Day and a wide range of actions, and artists would be a part of that too. And I'm going to move on just talk about events. That's an example. Oh, okay. So 1 Billion Rising was one model that we were thinking of as well, because it's really successful, wide-ranging, and it also brings in a lot more voices into this space, including the broad spectrum of identities that are also rising up. Do you want to do it?
Thank you. Is it good? Everybody here? Yeah. Okay. My name is David, and title of our breakout was Building for Peace. And we realized that there were a number of really great initiatives already present in our culture, local, that are looking to expand and bring the value of their inventions, their ideas, their templates to other places in the country and in the world. And we started to envision amongst a more diverse cross-section of the rest of the people in the group, a type of vision of a platform or a bridge that would take some of the elements of these two initiatives and those initiatives expanding out as a platform for even more initiatives, and harness all of that value in cultural regeneration and export it with the funding of the UN and with, in this case, the French government in a refugee camp in Jordan for 200,000 Syrians, and bring the value of these insights in these regenerative system designs to the people that need it most as an implementation of peace and a way of connecting those that are privileged but are called to move forward in our culture with those that are really suffering and are wounded So it has an element of healing the wounded, as well as bridging from the great work that we're doing into a desperately needy target market, if you will.
Thank you so much. Very amazing projects. And we have our final intersection. And I'd invite you to go to the essence. Wow, there's 1 second each. Thank you.
We represent living well, so we chose to embody our harvest. Let's all squeeze together. And we're inviting you in. If you would like, please hold the hands of your neighbors. Welcome. Mind, body, and spirit, heaven and earth, the access.
In our group, we recognize that we're all here as messengers and leaders of our communities. And as messengers and leaders, living well means connecting to spirit, God, earth, planet, people, for liability, accountability, and sustainability. Those attributes include healing, caring, sharing, supporting, humoring, celebrating life, cycles of death, transformation, and culture. The emphasis of living well means transparency in education, conscious laboring, consumerism, production as in food in the US, absent of GMOs. It means having equal access that is responsible, fair, equitable, access to health, education, food, income, labor, such as Myanmar and in India. So we invite everyone to participate in this conversation as a leader and a messenger, to teach, to share, to inform, to make aware, and to embrace everyone in an initiative on living well. So this initiative is to continue that conversation through equal, fair, equitable, responsible access to all the wealth and health that should be shared in this planet. Thank you. Ashe, thank you.
We burnt this flame in our group to symbolize the energy of our creative coming together, our collaboration, and I extinguish it to symbolize the end of consumerism.
And at this time, what we like to do is to offer a gift to you in the audience as a part in partaking and sharing. And we will share apples for harvest, rosemary for wealth and in our love. Ashe. Okay. With that, we'll exit from the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, so diverse ideas and ways to express it. That's very beautiful. And so now we want to know what you're passionate about. What's this calling that's arising inside of you? And we invite you to get in groups of 4, perhaps people around you, and discuss the next 7 minutes. What's really emerging right now? What's really true? Doesn't matter if it makes sense. It's really from your heart what's emerging and burning you inside that wants to be expressed. And so we'll come back in 7 minutes, and we'll invite 1 or 2 people from these sharing to come on the stage and share with us what is emerging. Thank you. So take another 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay, just 1 more minute and then we'll continue our journey towards moving forward. Okay, wow. So I'd invite you to take your place back and complete what you are sharing right now. Thank you very much. Sorry?
Say it again.
Hello. Okay, I'll invite everybody to finish what you're saying and come back to your place, and we're going to move to the next section of our planning. Thank you very much. So much things to share, so much passion. This is very beautiful. Okay, so we're going to move. We're not going to have time to bring one of you up here, but I'm sure you've had amazing discussions. And right now we're going to talk about the next phase, which is called moving forward. So what to do with all the amazing connections, energies, inspiration, innovations, changes we've started to trigger during this global summit, and how do we take this back into the world? And how do we continue the conversation and continue to work together in our collaboration? So who here has had is passionate, inspired by some of the initiatives that's been presented? Who here is inspired by some initiatives that's not been presented directly through the process, but you've had maybe an amazing discussion on a sidewalk, in an elevator, in a toilet, upstairs in special rooms? And who here has initiatives or something is starting to emerge, is not necessarily being named, but it's there regardless, and yeah? Beautiful. So now we're going to share with you different tools that are going to be put to your disposition as a post-summit innovation conduction. So one of these processes is a process from my company called Tangled Tree. Tangled Tree is a process of innovation that will take all the amazing initiatives that have been presenting during the summit and offer a group to go together and explore deeper these initiatives. Tangled Tree is based on circular innovation. And so what does that mean? It means to go into a deep space, a deep moment of presence, and listen to what wants to emerge. And so we do this, so basically it's how to embody what we are imagining. And given the fact that, the issues that we're working with are so complex, we need a radical new way to innovate. And so this process is offered to you. And the journey of where this is going to develop what we call the MVP, so the minimum viable product. So it's the simplest solution addressing the greatest need. And so it's a container, it's a process that embodied masculine and feminine energy to open ourselves into new ways and to transform the relationship that we have with the community that we are addressing and what we are creating, so that it creates a trinity. And this is what you're seeing here right now. So how this works. So it's a process of 7 meetings spread over 9 months. So it's a total, so we have 2 half days, 2 full weekends in which we go really deep together into spin and embody and go deeper and listen clearly to what wants to emerge and what does that mean to us and how are we being transformed by this process. So so we can simplify the complexity that's emerging and we can be more clear about what we are doing so that we are fulfilled by it. And if the creators are fulfilled by what they're doing, the communities will be fulfilled as well. And so I'm very honored to co-facilitate this process with Magali here that some of you know. Who's playing an amazing goddess and really bringing the energy into our bodies. And my role is to rise the energy and create new possibilities. Well, it's similar to Kundalini, but it's not quite this. We keep it tangled, yes, we play together. And so, yes, so in order to register, you can do it through Rally Team. So Daniel will now present you the software called Rally Team. And you can register on the Rally Team by putting your signing in or logging into the group as a member. You can go also on the sackbaycreation.com website. You can speak to me. I'm going to be here all night, as well as in San Francisco till Friday morning. And yeah, thank you so much, and happy creation. Thanks.
All right. I'm just going to forego the slideshow. I think we're pretty tight on time. So I'm just going to skip kind of right into the platform. And I want to talk to you about Rally Team and give you a really brief introduction into what our motivation behind Rally Team was. Basically, I'd worked for a lot of companies in the past 12 years, over 20. And my co-founder and I really both came from that world where we were disenfranchised employees. We were people that just didn't have access to opportunities. We kind of identified ourselves as high-performing individuals, and we really wanted to kind of get plugged into the network that was happening at our businesses that we were working with. But there just wasn't a platform to do that. So that's why we created Rally Team. We really wanted to allow people to collaborate around projects, to be able to create them, to be able to find each other, to be able to find skills and join up and work together on these projects. And so when I talked to Melanie and I learned about the Global Summit, I thought there was also a real good opportunity to use this tool to create a lot of action around the initiatives that you guys have all put together. And so I think you guys saw some brief glimpses of Rally Team. Yep. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah. All right. So I just want to give you a brief overview. And you can see the opportunity market. We were looking at this briefly before, but what we've done is basically captured some of the initiatives from the intersections. And through Rally Team, we can give you the opportunity to connect and join up with these intersections. So by clicking into it, I can actually join this and basically start to collaborate, start the process of collaboration. Let me just back up with a bit of a example as well. Sorry, I'm doing this kind of one-handed here, so. Yeah, everyone, we're basically just going to send you guys out an invitation, so you don't have to worry about writing down any URLs or anything like that. And we all want to see you in Rally Team because we're going to capture your skills as well. So when you first log into the system, this is what it's going to look like. You're going to get an opportunity to create a profile. And if you want, you can actually use your LinkedIn profile if that's something that you have. The reason that we want to do that is a lot of people have their skills already in LinkedIn, and so we can help you pull that directly into the system. So we kind of shortcut that process. So in this example, I'm pulling in Matt Davis's skills. He's a sustainability project manager. Here's all his skills. And he can also specify his interests, the kind of things that he's passionate about. So I'm going to update that. Okay, so that's his profile. And now we can connect Matt to opportunities that are happening at his organization. So in this case, I can see, there's a Baybucks promotion event planning. I can also see that somebody needs the ad copy for their website reviewed. These might be skills that he can make a contribution in. And we also intelligently connect you up to opportunities based on your skills and interests. So there's this one over here on the side that's posted by Samantha. And she actually needs some help with designing a water well program in Mali. And they actually got intelligently matched because Matt has a background in developing wells and water management. So at this point, he can express his interest by saying, I can help. And you'll be able to do this in the system. And this is how we kind of create the handshake between the people with the initiatives and you guys being able to help out. So I'm going to go ahead and click send it. And basically, Samantha is going to receive an email, and we're going to kick off that workflow process to connect everyone together. Okay, and actually Samantha's gone ahead and accepted my request. So that means that now Matt is effectively working on this together. So we've done all of this, but also for the summit as well. And inertia on some of the work that's been created over the past couple of days here at the summit. So that's Rally Team. Stay tuned. We're going to send an email invite out to everyone, and I hope you'll participate, use the system. And also, because we're so early on in the life of the system, I really would appreciate your feedback on things. So if something's not working or you wish that something worked better, that's the kind of information we'd like to get from you guys in order to improve the system. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. And little time break. I'm just going to get up here because we're going to have a robot joining us really soon. So, great. Go one back. Perfect. There you go. All right. So, back in 2008, I gathered a bunch of visionary friends in my living room and said, you know, this is the big, big vision of the Global Summit. And like, why do we call it the Global Summit? Well, it was really complex and whole system, and we have a really, really big vision. And where that came from was having spent time in Zimbabwe during a really tragic political crisis where people were getting beaten up in the middle of the night for not having the right party card. And I just thought, wow, it'd be so incredible if every person in the world could have a direct voice into a global conversation and counted. And we could really see, I'm not saying let's create a new world order or let's replace the United Nations, but we have the technology to be totally transparent. And so at least the world can see what people really want, what are their needs. And so this is actually created by a PhD in international development and policymaking from the University of Budapest. And he was saying, here's the current global policy system and national systems as well. And just like our economic system, so many things, you get vested interests and it just gets really stagnant. And so this is several years ago that we were talking about this and just like, what if? And now, some of you heard Michael Gaio talking about Bitcoin and blockchain technology. Well, very recently, I was delighted to hear about BitNation. And they just have, if we can bring the robot up on the stage, I want to just share some really major global breakthroughs in technology that can actually bring this vision to life. The CEO, founder of BitNation, is coming up on stage all the way from Copenhagen. All right. There you go. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Hi, yes, thank you very much for having me here. I'm in Copenhagen, Denmark, because, it's a long story, but I actually can't travel to US at the moment for various border reasons, which is very strange. I mean, all of those borders around the world imposing top-down governance systems for enforcing monopoly on governance is really quite unfair and unconstructive. Like, for instance, a lot of you here have traveled a lot, and for instance, if you're born in Zimbabwe and you have to use the Zimbabwe government, that's really bad luck, and that's truly only bad luck. It's truly only by the virtue of having been randomly born there. So what BitNation is trying to solve is essentially do-it-yourself governance, so everybody can access the same governance tools regardless where in the world they are, regardless what passport they hold, regardless also what financial means they have, because most of it is done through the Bitcoin blockchain technology, which is very economically accessible. And so the way this venture works, essentially, we try to do everything a traditional government do. And we try to aggregate services as well, like a traditional government do, because people like service aggregation. So the way we use the Bitcoin blockchain is as a public ledger. I mean, essentially, the blockchain is distributed ledger amongst everybody who owns, who have downloaded the blockchain, which is several thousands of people, and it's protected by cryptography. It's almost unbreakable. So what you can use it as is to essentially store any record. So just to give you a few examples of what we've done so far is, for instance, we have done marriages on the Bitcoin blockchain. Marriages it sounds silly, right? But it's not insignificant because you can use that to protect all your affairs, to defend relationships, to have shared Bitcoin wallets, etc., instead of shared saving accounts. You can tie it to childcare contract, wills, land deeds, etc. In some countries, people can't marry who they want, people are very oppressed, and even in some states, and yes, gays can't marry, or poly couples can't marry, so that's quite a big thing, actually, when you think about it. The other thing that we have done is an ID system that relies on reputation through private keys. So essentially, that means that we call it one citizen passport. So that means everybody can get a passport just through very simple, available tools that are out there and not particularly complicated to use, like PGP keys, Bitcoin, and other stuff like that, just through timestamping it essentially. And now I'm on my way to Ghana to start doing land deeds in places where there are no official land deeds, because there are sort of land deeds in the sense like village leader have decided who owns what, right? But there are no official land deeds, which means people can't borrow against their real estate, people can't invest in it, improve it for their children or whatever, which is a huge economic blocker for them to prosper. So essentially, you can do basically everything on the blockchain, from dispute resolution to organized security, to wills, lands, everything that you can possibly think of in terms of, records and community functions. So we're essentially trying to export that around the world so that everybody can take those tools and do it themselves in their local community without asking for permission from anyone, from the government, from any international laws, from anything.
Yeah. Suzanne, oh, thank you. Thank you. So, we didn't catch everything you said, but I think we got the idea that everyone can create their own contracts and have transparent input. I sent some slides. Oops, yep, let's robot assist.
Generally speaking, Suzanne's talking about her collaborative software platform for allowing pretty much anyone, any group, any nation, anywhere to create tools for creating government systems.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of like the app library where people can either use Apple's apps or they can use the API to create their own apps. So, for instance, they can also fork our apps because everything we do is our source code, of course. So they can fork our apps and make it suitable to their local context.
We want to hear what you're saying, but we're getting satellite distortion. Can you speak more slowly, please?
Oh, right. Okay, sure. Of course. Yeah, there's the microphone. Okay. This is my first time as a robot. I'm not that used to it. Sorry. So essentially, like for instance, if we have a mandate app, then people can go and download that wherever they are and register their own land in their community. And if they, for some reason, think they could improve it, they can fork it and adapt it to their local context and then upload it on the platform again and either give it away for free or sell it if they wish to make money. And to implement that, we're building a global ambassador network, particularly in developing countries, because that's where the technology is the most needed. So right now we have people on pretty much all continents, which is really cool. And people really need these tools and want these tools. So we've got a pretty overwhelming response from people. So yeah, it's really very cool. I think it's going to solve a lot of problems because governments are very top-down, and very slow, and it's a one-to-all model. So we want to just give greater liberty to everybody to decide over their own life and have access to good governance services, whatever governance services they wish.
So what we love to do, what we're planning to do with BitNation as a strategic partner moving into 2016, thank you so much, Suzanne. You've worked so hard to bring this to light. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yay.
Thank you so much for having me.
They were so busy. They went through a lot of struggles to launch their global passport very recently, and we just got back in touch a couple days ago. So this is a bit of a surprise. And then the Beam technology just got donated by Erin and her company. That just popped in. Just say the name of your.
Thanks for having us.
And special thanks to Beam. This is I love this robot. It's great. Brilliant.
All right.
And thanks so much to you as well.
Okay. So Suzanne, I'm going to go really quickly over this slide number 5 that I sent. And basically what we're looking at is like what is possible? What would be a new model that we could road test throughout local summits and the global summit and test it and see how we could create a new system of global policy making, philanthropy, and economic collaboration that really works for 100% not only of humanity, but all living beings on the planet. And so this is the vision. This is what we're doing. And we work around the year. Some people are like, what are you doing after the global summit? What's happening? Obviously, this is a lot of work, but now we have partners. It's not about the global summit doing it. It's about finding these extraordinary partners who work tirelessly in their area. And then we bring it all together under one big tent. And BitNation is just this extraordinary example. This is the big map of what we're up to right here. It's education, collaboration, inspiration. You all are the partners in empowerment that bring it all together. Can we, oh, this is funny. This is great. Yeah. Bye, Suzanne. Thank you. Thank you, robot support. It's so European, right? Okay. All right, so this is the really big picture. Don't read into this text too much. But what I wanted to just give you was that this has been going on. So we started the Global Summit in 2008. We started aligning with the Olympics. We have a plan for local summits. We started doing local summits in Africa in 2012. And the vision is something that's shared with many people, many groups here, like Tribal Convergence Network. There's peace movements. We have Million Mamas movement. I know everyone's in love with the robot. I can't compete. Aaron, can you shut the sound off? Sorry. All right. So the African Local Summit was hosted in Ghana, and one of our community partners, one of Empowerment Works fiscally sponsored project partners, they are called the Needs Report, and they actually did cell phone voting where the delegates of the African Local Summit voted in about what are the things that you most want to see happen globally to support local solutions. What are your needs? What are your goals? And so we captured all of that, and that helped inform the Global Summit 2012 in London. This is a very special summit because we're all about bringing together the most diversity to create whole system solutions. And what better elephant under the table than the masculine and feminine? So I think we've really moved some big, big conversations and really transformed. And part of moving forward and part of our use of extraordinary technology is also Just Sticky. All of the video that's been happening is going to go on interactive video platform that will be shared with all of you as part of being a delegate for the 4th Biennial Global Summit. So we're inviting you to continue to collaborating, spreading the word. We have a Impact 365 toolkit with videos, with access to Rally Team, and are going to be inviting people on a monthly pulse call that's going to support the conversation moving forward. So yeah, that's, what do we do after this? I think we party, we thank everyone, we celebrate. J-Ma, can you get up here? We have an extraordinary ceremony happening after this, brought for everyone's participation from our amazing Alessandra Belloni from Italy. It's an indigenous ceremony from Ritual that she's brought and invited Samantha Sweetwater and our other dancers and all of you to participate in. But first, we'd like to thank our core team, and I'd like to start by thanking you, J-Ma, for your incredible daily hard work, 24/7, to make this happen with me and our team. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, J-Ma.
Thank you, Melanie. And I want to, looks like our closing ceremony folks are coming up. So as they're getting set up, I just wanted to also start by thanking you for holding and creating such an amazing vision of moving this forward for the 4th Biennial Summit now. Yeah, we can clap for that. This girl has been working her butt off for her whole life, and Empowerment Works for 13 years and has built an amazing organization and incredible vision. So thank you for that leadership. So beyond Melanie and I, there's been a whole crew of people that have helped make this happen. They've been working very hard for several weeks. And I want to just take some time to thank them. Starting with our core team, I want to honor our hosts and MCs, Samantha Sweetwater over there, and T-Bird Tall Flame Love.
Yeah, and T-Bird, Tall, Flame Love, like Samantha, like you've co-created this whole program. I love you so much. I just have to say some special words. So thank you for bringing your leadership and mentorship to me as a fellow leader. T-Bird, Tall, Flame Love, where are you? Oh, girl, can you get up here? So T-Bird, like, basically co-produced the Global Summit 2010, and she was part of 2008. So she's been in the long haul, and it's such an honor to have your voice with us and bringing your energy and wisdom to unifying this amazing family. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I'm so proud of her and us. And you. And all, it's just amazing. It's amazing. I love you so much.
Thanks, T-Bird. Thank you, Samantha. Contributed a lot to the overall program and design and structure of this and has been working really hard. I want to thank Lindsay Gatz, our arts and culture director in the back, who helped program all of the amazing music and artist performances, and also, I'm sorry, Lindsay Morris. Yeah. Thank you, Lindsay. And who else? There was a lot of people who've been meeting for months. I'm just going to we have a lot of people to thank, so I'm going to just go through. Ronnie Kroger, who helped with the Feminomics track. Yeah, we can, we'll hold applause. Okay. I want to give a real big thanks to our food crew, Brian Arturo and friends. They really deserve a hand. They really worked their butts off, arranging all of the food and coffee and beverages and our feast on Sunday evening. We love you, Brian. Thank you to, I want you to honor the facilitation program team people.
Yes. All right. Yeah, so Ronnie, we've thanked you. We love you, one of our host partners with the Optima Boot Camp. Melanie Beelfield, Rucha Chitness, Emily Ambergy Fedor, Ovchinikov, Rebecca Boyles. These are our team leaders for Living Well, Building Peace, Beyond Politics, and our extraordinary facilitation team and our program team. Jamaica Stevens, really coming in, stepping in, holding it down, bringing love, peace. Incredible. We love you, Jamaica. Melody Lucian, facilitator for Beyond Politics with Tatiana, with another beautiful Russian last name. And Alexis Slutsky, where are you? Thank you so much. Aaron Ross, beautiful Feminomics leader. Eric Gauthier, incredible program partner and facilitator of so many things. T-Bird, Samantha. Kat Steele, where are you? Anyway, we love you. Thank you. Jennifer Russell, where are you? Extraordinary. Thank you. And Monique, are you here? She may have left. She had to catch a plane. Sarah Drew, where are you? Oh my God. Sarah, thank you so much for weaving the whole collaborative space and beyond the summit and making this summit beautiful and collaborative way before it started and bringing your wisdom and guiding us, and just thank you for bringing so many incredible partners to the table as well. Thank you so much. And I know we're forgetting 20 people. Ronnie, we thanked Ronnie a lot. Thank you, Ronnie. Singing Bear, where are you? Yes. Singing Bear for your music. Brooke stepping in and rocking it. Zoe Muntander for doing interviews nonstop and just being so incredible. Ali and Christian from Glitch Films, extraordinary, beaming us to the world. Incredible, working their booties off. Dee Miller, where are you? Rocking it. Project Butterfly, so cool. Oh my gosh, they're so cool. Huh? Go Dee Miller! Yeah, and Republic of Light Media, thank you. Thank you, beautiful, beautiful people. Serotonin, all of our artists in action. Okay, so, and I am thrilled to, I want to introduce the ceremony. What are we missing before that?
I just had a couple more thank yous because I don't want to leave anyone out. Deborah Giusti over there. Amazing festival producer who helped us with outreach. Rally team, Dan and Juan have been coming to meetings for months, who are developing our platform that we're going to be following up with. Also some of our volunteers, Lauren Donahue right there has been awesome. We just had some rock star volunteer crew here that I don't want to make sure I miss anyone. Annalise helping with decorations and the altar. And and Lindsay Gatz, our creative artist, and there's a bunch of people beyond who we've mentioned.
We're going to celebrate you in this ceremony, and it's all
Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone, for really, this has been quite a co-creation. Yeah. So I'm handing it over. Thank you.
So you're not quite handing it over yet. You're stepping forward. J-Ma, step right there. And Melanie, step up right up next to this man. Can we just give these people a round of applause? J-Ma has worked tirelessly, nonstop, 24/7 behind the scenes to create this event. And we bow to you, Jay, for your stamina and your persistence and your structural intelligence and your awesome work. Thank you. And we thank you to the stars and beyond, Melanie. Without your vision, we would not be here. Thank you. So since I have the mic, I'm going to introduce our ceremony. I'm going to introduce Alessandra Bologna, who is a brilliant carrier of an authentic Italian lineage that is a healing dance lineage that she also brings forward with incredible world-class artistry. So we're incredibly privileged to have you here, Alessandra.
It's an honor.
She will be offering a workshop tomorrow.
That's true.
And after you do this, you will really want to go. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to invite everyone to stand up again. I know this is a super embodied crowd, and I can count on you for that. And we're going to move the chairs back because we're all going to be dancing in this space.
I need way more volume than this. Prova, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don't be shy to move the things back and to own the space. And I'm going to hand it over to Alessandra to tell us all about what we're about to do.
So it's a pleasure to be here, everyone. And yes, make space so you're going to be free to move. If somebody would help me with this mic, it would be really cool. Yes. Can you tighten this, please? So, everyone, I'm honored to share an ancient tradition from the Mediterranean. I'm going to need more volume on my vocal. And we're honoring masculine and feminine energy, even though this tradition in pre-Christian times was mainly a woman tradition of playing the frame drums, up, 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 and tambourines. Women priestesses honor the Earth Mother, the goddess Cybele, Isis, Aphrodite, Hecate, by doing these ceremonies. In Italy, we've never lost this tradition, and it's my pleasure to share it with everyone. The first thing we're honoring is the masculine energy through the sun chant of Naples. So I'm going to teach you very quickly, very simple words to chant. And we will honor the sun thinking of pre-ozone layer times, when the sun was really a bringer of fertility, healing, also symbolizing rebirth, resurrection, divine light. I'm going to show you the words. It's very simple. You will sing along with us. She will guide you through some simple steps that are going in and out of the circle, and she will embody the sun and bless everyone, as in the tradition. So the words are Yesce sole, which means come out, sun. Scagliente imperatore, burning emperor. And it's very simple melody. Yesce sole, yesce sole, scagliente imperatore, imperatore. Just one more time. Yesce sole, fantastic. Scagliente imperatore. You got it. So at first it's going to be slow, and then it's going to be going into a rhythm, and you can all follow them. It's a very simple step. in unison. In all ceremonial dance, usually the circle has to go in unison. That's part of the healing. That you're not disconnected in the circle, you're going in and out together. The second thing we will do is a chant to the Black Madonna, which symbolizes the earth goddess, the moon goddess, the water goddess, and it's also the mother of Christ, the archetype of the African mother where we come from. So this is a chant in Latin, it's medieval. Before we do it, we'll explain a little bit, because I will ask people to do a movement in circle, which is a healing, usually a healing trance dance done to send away fear of death, fear of the end of the world in the medieval times. But I do feel we're in a similar time with all the craziness happening on the planet. So I've taken ancient traditions back into modern times for this reason, to make people aware we're in the same time, but we can send this back by doing healing, drumming, dancing, chanting, prayers. So first the chants to the sun, then to the mothers, all in masculine and feminine. Before we do the Black Madonna, we can pause for a moment. No, just in place. Just in place. Wow. We decided we are forming a Bay Area band from New York. And the name of the band is Divine Light. So everyone, now concentrate. What we're doing is very ancient. It is ceremonial. Healing energy of the sun, balancing masculine and feminine, also within our planet. First is slow, and when the rhythm starts, you move. Maria, Rosanna, Madame Lucia, non piovere, caccia a ira, muovere, un grano, del mastro, Giuliana, non piovere, yes, soul, slowing down. Yeshe su Thank you. Time to honor the Earth Mother, La Madonna Nera. You want a moment to explain? She just learned this. We will ask you to join in this ritual. It should be there, yeah. So you can follow her. These are traditional steps, traditional everything. It's just my own choreography to make it simple for people who have not been to the south of Italy with me. So, very simple, you can follow her with a step that is a 1, 2, 3 when you hear the rhythm. At some point, you will hold hands. And it's important you hold hands to keep the circle strong. You will move to the left. On the northern hemisphere of the earth, the circles on indigenous dances usually go left, as the earth does. In the southern hemisphere, I learned when I was in Brazil, I was always going the wrong way. They go to the right. I was going to the left, everybody goes to the right. So that is a reason for that. So the first time we go left. So you will follow her 8 times to the left, 8 times to the right, and then left and right. And then you're going to spin. This is what I call the spinning dance. So the rhythm is a trance rhythm, 6/8 from the tarantella down to heel to send away depression and fear. And also the spinning is common in many, many cultures. If you spin around your axis, you cleanse your aura and you receive the divine light. You know, we could talk about this for a long time, but this is the idea. If you've never been spinning before, just let it happen. But I have a feeling on this side of the United States, on the West Coast, people like to spin a lot, right? So, so let's have a wonderful time as we invoke the energy of the Black Madonna, the divine light. When we end, if you can end, please bow into the earth, because the idea is you're transforming energy, fear into divine light. We will have a wonderful song that we were going to rise with by a beautiful singer, Gemma. And everyone will join her. Or two, you can make 1 or 2 circles, actually. An inner circle and an outer circle. All right. One circle be great, but you could make, if it doesn't work, you could do 2. But try 1, you can do it. There's enough space.
Hey.
She just learned that.
Better yell. Yeah.
Can't interrupt her now. Okay, we have to begin because of we're not in a. Okay, everyone ready? I'll start. Ave Maria, Everybody please stay down in silence until honoring the Earth Mother and the idea that you're going to rise into a new beginning and resurrection, rebirth.
I'm just a little drop of water in a sea of peaceful souls, and I am humbled and amazed. We rise. Rise, my sisters and brothers. Rise.
Rise.
Take my hand and we'll stand in reverie. Lift your heart and we'll start our dynasty. Oh yes, we'll bathe in tears of prayer and joy to bring our souls to awaken. Oh yes, we'll shower the fields of every girl and boy to free their hearts of aching. Oh, we rise, we rise, we rise. Sing it with me, sing it with me. We rise, we rise, we rise. Beautiful. Still your mind, and you'll find your liberty. This is the most important part right here. It's when we give, we live our legacy. Oh yeah, we'll learn to navigate through restless storms. Our bravery will measure. Oh yeah, together find the strength to transform a heartache into treasure. Oh, here we go. We rise, we rise, we rise. Oh yeah, yeah, we rise, we rise, we rise. All right, we're gonna take it up a notch. Here we go. I'm just a little drop of water in a sea of wondrous souls. All right, pick it up, y'all. We're here to celebrate the beauty of a simple, peaceful girl. All right, let me hear you guys. We rise, we rise, we rise, we rise. Oh yeah, we rise, we rise, we rise. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Rise, we rise, we rise. All right, sing this one up to the skies, y'all. Sing it to the skies. We rise, we rise, we rise. Oh, wait, we're gonna end it. Here it goes. 1, 2, 3. We rise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Alessandra. Magnificent. People, We have an incredible collaborative opportunity in this high energy. Thank you so much. I want to invite us all right now, if you're willing, to stay with us and do something incredibly magical, which is to totally strike this space in 15 minutes. Are we down?
That's also
Are you
a ceremony.
in?
That's another ceremony.
That's exactly it.
So thank you. If you're
And
interested, I'm holding a
please
workshop
continue
tomorrow.
the energy. Join us tonight at Bsop Baobab on mission for the after party at 6 o'clock. So let's do it. Go. I love you. Take it out.
And if you want to come to the workshop, let me know. Yassine has offered the studio at Jazz in Oakland called Jazz.
Birdland.
Birdland Jazz. So I'll be here. I hope to see some of you tomorrow before I fly back to New York. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Alessandra. Te amo. Mua, bella ragazza. Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. What a beautiful ending. That was an
My new San
amazing
Francisco
ceremony.
band.
So we're serious, folks. They have another group that's arriving in 15, at 6 o'clock, and we'd love to have everyone set up. You can start by, for one, we want to, the party is not over, it's just shifting to Bsop Baobab. It's walking distance, amazing African cuisine. Please come, it's going to be really fun. And you can help by first getting your stuff out of the space. We have, everyone's stuff is everywhere. That would really help us. And that's what we need to do. So start with your own stuff, or it's going to be grabbed and moved out. So it looks like we got the chairs. If anyone wants to help sweep, oh wow, there's a lady who takes the initiative. Wow, thank you, Jennifer. All of our lovely flowers. We are going to need help with, if anyone wants to come help the sound and stage crew, we have to break down this stage. But really, it'd help us to get your own stuff out, too. So thank you so much, everyone. Please come join us for the after party. And if you need something to do, just find someone who's doing something and they can orient you. Thank you.